regular meeting of the San Ramon Planning Commission. We are called to order at 6:01 p.m. Okay. Can the recording secretary please conduct the roll call?
Commissioner Ahmed,
I'm here.
Commissioner Alpert,
Here.
Commissioner Curtis,
Present.
Vice Chair Kuznick,
I'm here.
and Chair Wallace is absent tonight.
Very good. We move to item 3, which is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you can stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Okay. All right, we're moving on to item number 4, which is public comments or written communications. And this is just a reminder that at this time, members of the public may address the Planning Commission on any item not already included in tonight's agenda. If you would like to speak, please fill out a speaker card located in the back of the room and submit it to the recording secretary. If you are participating remotely, you may click the raise your hand button on your computer or *9 on your telephone to request to speak when public comment is being taken. So again, this is items that are not already on the agenda. So do we have any speaker cards?
No,
Do we have any raised your hands?
no.
No computer? No
nothing.
*9?
This written public comment was received from Joan Ernst and is part of the public record and were provided to the commission prior to the meeting.
Yes, it was. Thank you very much. All right, so we will move on to okay, no, we're closing that portion of the public comment. Item 5, additions and revisions. So we have had a request to move some items around here. So this is how it's going to be proposed. It's going to go like this, gentlemen. We're going to move the general plan EIR update to first, followed by the general plan update, then the inclusionary housing ordinance discussion, followed by the Iron Horse Village. So are we all in agreement? No problem? Okay, excellent. All right. Just checking. Okay, item 6, the consent calendar. We have none. All right, so is there, let's see. We're going to move to, do we need to make a motion to rearrange the calendar, the items?
If you would, that'd be appreciated. Thank you.
Do we have a motion to amend the agenda as discussed?
I'll go ahead and move to rearrange the agenda as Chair Kuznick suggested.
Okay, pretty good. We have a motion by Commissioner Albert, chair by Commissioner Ahmed, seconded, and we are voting. All right, so we have approved that in a 4-0-1 no vote. Okay, very good. Okay. Moving right along, item 7, approval of the minutes. Is there any discussion on the minutes of the September 5th before we move to approve? Would someone like to make a motion?
I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the minutes from the September 5th Planning Commission meeting.
Excellent. Do we have? Excellent. Okay. Commissioner Curtis and Commissioner Ahmed. Okay. And we seem to have approved the minutes 4-0-1. Okay. All right. So item 7.1, we did get written comment as our recording secretary has mentioned. Do we have any other? My directions say to ask for public comment, but I think we're just moving along.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. Item 8. Continued items after the closing of public hearing. There are none. So we're moving to item 10.1, the general plan EIR, followed by 9.1. So item 10.1, Planning Commission public hearing, the draft environmental impact report for the draft general plan 2040 update, and the rezone, pre-zone, specific plan amendment, and environmental review. And we have our very capable Missy making her presentation.
Well, thank you. I've got a couple of items tonight, so this will be my first presentation of the evening. Tonight, we're going to start with the staff report on the draft environmental impact report for the San Ramon General Plan 2040. Tonight is the public meeting for the draft environmental impact report. We have a team with us here, our environmental consultants, Kelsey Bennett with Rincon Consulting. We also have support staff with transportation consultant that can answer any questions that you might have that will also be part of our presentation. Tonight's meeting is really an opportunity for us to collect comments on the draft report that's been released. I'll go ahead and at this point turn it over to Kelsey to lead us in our presentation this evening. And then I'll come back at the end just to wrap up the presentation and then turn us over to public comments. So with that, I'll go ahead and pass the baton on to Kelsey.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Kelsey Bennett. I'm an environmental and sustainability planning director with Rincon Consultants. And in compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, the city of San Ramon, with assistance from Rincon, prepared an environmental impact report, or an EIR, for the proposed 2040 general plan. Cindy alluded to the purpose of this meeting tonight is solely to be a forum to collect verbal public comments on the 2040 general plan draft EIR. And those verbal public comments that are collected this evening in conjunction with written comments that will be received through the end of the public review and comment period on October 16th will be considered as part of the final EIR for the general plan. Just a reminder for the regulatory or the CEQA purpose of an EIR, it's to disclose environmental impacts of the proposed plan. It's to identify ways to avoid and reduce any identified environmental impacts. It's to consider feasible alternatives to the proposed plan, and ultimately, as tonight, involve public participation in the planning process. So as shown on the slide, the planning efforts, there are three primary planning efforts that were covered by the EIR that we are collectively referred to in the EIR as the 2040 general plan. The primary components included updating the policies in all 11 elements of the general plan. And those are the policies that guide community-wide growth and development over the next approximately 20 years. Also the updating of land uses, and this also includes specifically the amendment to the San Ramon Village specific plan, as well as repeal of the North Camino Ramon specific plan. And then finally, also the updating of the zoning ordinance, which is key to plan implementation ultimately in terms of both land use designations and determining density and height parameters. So for this EIR, the approach was a programmatic one, being that it is a broad and comprehensive plan. This is to cover many potential actions under a long-range scenario with the 2040 general plan. So the approach was to screen which land uses, zoning changes, and general plan policies could result in environmental impacts. And they'll analyze impacts at the community level and not a parcel specific level, since no specific developments and projects are proposed as part of the general plan. So it's also important to note that future development and infrastructure projects will require additional project level environmental review once individual project details and locations are known. And furthermore, alternatives to the proposed plan were evaluated and analyzed in the EIR. So on this slide, we see the key CEQA steps and the opportunities for public input and where we are at at this exact moment in time is both the middle box in the center, for we are in smack dab in the middle of the circulation of the draft EIR for both agency and public review and comment, as well as the middle right box, which is the public meeting on the draft EIR, which is literally this meeting. So to get into the topics, I'm not going to read all of these, but these were the topics that were analyzed in the draft EIR. And all these topics cover all the CEQA guidelines, Appendix G required topics, and we assess them at both the plan and the cumulative level. And they cover a wide range of natural resource topics in terms of effects on the ecosystem, things like biological resources, greenhouse gas or GHG emissions, and water quality, as well as social resource topics, including things that affect humans, such as air quality, noise, and transportation. So to get into the findings of the draft EIR itself, the proposed plan would not result in any significant and unavoidable environmental impacts, with the exception of transportation impacts, specifically operational vehicle miles traveled or VMT. And that's even with the proposed mitigation we included in the EIR to prepare and implement VMT reduction measures. Before I hand it over to my transportation colleague, Ellen Poling from Fair and Peers, wanted to give a little bit more about some more CEQA context here in terms of VMT specifically. VMT is the metric that CEQA requires that is assessed as part of the transportation analysis. It used to be level of service, but that's no longer something that's required to be looked at or even recommended to be looked at as part of an EIR. A significant unavoidable impact means that an environmental impact, even with identified mitigation, cannot achieve a level of less than significant. And to determine impact findings, the analysis was estimated based on Contra Costa Transportation Authority or CCTA guidance. And so with that, for more detail, I'm going to hand it over to Ellen Poling from Fair and Peers now.
Good evening, commissioners and staff. Ellen Poling with Fair and Peers Associates. We're a transportation consulting firm. We worked with Rincon and Minter Harnish on the general plan and the EIR. And Kelsey gave a quick introduction to the VMT impacts that we found for this EIR. Just a very quick primer for those who are unfamiliar with the term VMT, vehicle miles of travel. It's really a change that was necessitated by Senate Bill 743 about 10 years ago, changing the paradigm for and requiring that there be a change in the paradigm, if you want to use that term, for traffic impact analysis from level of service, which was typically a capacity-based analysis. What can the roads carry? Do we add too much traffic? Do we get over capacity, whether it's on a roadway segment basis or an intersection level of service basis, to vehicle miles of travel, which is really kind of a change from the impact of traffic on drivers to the impact of drivers and traffic on the environment. So one trip that you make that's a mile long is one VMT. The more travel we collectively do, whether we're employees traveling to work or residents traveling to and from our homes for various reasons by car, the more VMT we'll generate. So the thresholds of significance, which were used in this EIR and which flow from the Office of Planning and Research technical guidance and CCTA's guidance, which flowed from that, are that we should ask new development, new projects, whether they're programs or individual projects, to function or perform about 15% better than current baseline VMT per capita, meaning we're not asking that new development come along and not generate any new vehicle miles of travel, because that would really be unrealistic, but rather that new development over time perform better than baseline, because that's the only way we're going to reach our greenhouse gas goals statewide. So this 15% below the countywide average for home-based travel per household, or office and employment land uses, which really don't apply here because we're mostly measuring the impact of new housing. It would be 15% below the commute VMT per employee at a employment site. So they're rates, they're not total VMT, they're rates, and we're asking future development to perform better than baseline, which of course is a challenge. Those are the significance thresholds that were used for this EIR, and they're consistent with the CCTA guidance, the Office of Planning and Research, which is a state agency implementing CEQA guidance. And as Kelsey mentioned, that this is the one area that has a significant and unavoidable impact in your EIR for the housing element and the general plan update. And it's a function of the countywide travel demand model, which is used for projects like this and programs like this to evaluate how much vehicle miles of travel is generated by a new program, in this case, the citywide development program in the general plan update, and was found to not meet that target. The proposed general plan, just a little nuance, does perform a little bit better than the existing general plan land use envelope. So that's helpful to know, both on the residential and the employment front. And also it's helpful to know that countywide residential generated VMT appears to, according to the model, be reducing a little bit in the future. So that's good. So countywide reducing, the city's proposed general plan is a little bit better than the existing general plan land use envelope. Those are both good things, not enough to meet the thresholds of significance that are recommended by the CCTA and the OPR. So the mitigation proposed in the EIR is there are many, it's a long title. The CAPCOA, California Air Pollution Control Officers Association, has a greenhouse gas reduction guide that has a whole host of measures, transportation related and other types of measures that are best research available. You know, this is how we can reduce the VMT generation of all types of land uses and projects. So we have put in the mitigation measures in your EIR, all of those measures that apply. It's consistent with the CCTA guidance, and we've put all those in there, and there's a mitigation measure saying we want to ask new development to, and require new development to do what they can with these measures to reduce their own VMT when they come forward and look for approval with the city. Density and land use mix changes, physical design measures. There is a CCTA impact fee program study that has concluded earlier this year, taking kind of a regional approach at, like, maybe we shouldn't ask each individual project to try to solve their VMT problems, or challenges, but work regionally. That has not gone into effect. It's not been adopted or approved, but if it is, San Ramon could choose to participate in that program. And I can provide you more information on that if needed, or if desired. So all of those things are in your mitigation measure in your EIR. But even with those measures, we can't really demonstrate that they would reduce the impact to a less than significant level, which is at 15% below countywide average. So for that reason, we really are required to make a significant unavoidable finding. And that's the basis for the finding in the EIR. And I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them, either now or later. We'll turn it back to Kelsey.
Thanks, Ellen. So now that we've gone through the significant unavoidable impact in more detail, I'm going to go through some of the other findings in lesser detail. So the proposed plan would also result in less than significant impacts with the incorporation of the identified proposed mitigation in the EIR. I'm just going to go through these by topics. So for air quality, it was with regard to construction and operational, both criteria air pollutants and toxic air contaminants. For biological resources, it was with regard to bird and bat species and habitat during construction. Again, these are all potential things that could happen anywhere, anytime for any project that could occur in the next 20 years under your general plan for a project, just to give context here. And then for cultural resources, with regard to construction, historic, archaeological, and tribal cultural resources. For geology and soils, specifically construction for related to paleontological resources. Quick reminder, paleo is dinosaurs and fossils, archaeo is humans and human history. So GHG emissions, in terms of operational GHG emissions from just operation of development community-wide, under, again, the next 20 years of development across your community. For hazards and wildfire, in terms of potential operational wildfire exposure risk. Noise in terms of construction noise and vibration, and operational roadway vehicle noise. That ties back to the VMT that we were discussing, the roadway vehicle noise. Transportation, in addition to the VMT impact that we already covered, also in terms of construction traffic. And then finally, utilities in terms of operational water supply and treatment, as well as wastewater infrastructure and treatment. So on this slide, I'm just going to go through all those impacts, all the mitigation that were included in the IR that will mitigate all those impacts to a less than significant level. So for air quality, it's going to be evaluate and to mitigate those criteria air pollutants and to conduct and implement where relevant and applicable, a health risk assessment to mitigate such toxic air contaminants that could occur during construction and or operation. For biological resources, to mitigate those types of bird and bat impacts, that falls under the category of the standard pre-construction bird and bat surveys and implementing the identified avoidance mitigation that would come through that type of pre-construction surveys. For cultural resources, it would be to conduct and implement as applicable again, and as identified as needed by the planning division, historical resource evaluation and or archaeological resources assessment, again, depends on the age of the structure that could be altered and if there's going to be ground disturbance or not in terms of potential archaeological impacts. And then ultimately for that there's a mitigation to stop work if any unanticipated cultural or tribal cultural resources are discovered during construction. For geology and soils, similarly, it's going to be to conduct and implement a paleontological resources analysis and implement again any findings or mitigation that would come as a result of that. For GHG emissions, that would be to adopt and implement a community-wide climate action plan and CEQA GHG thresholds in line with state and regional GHG emission reduction targets. For hazards and wildfire, will be to conduct and implement design, landscape, and slope type design of wildfire risk reduction. So upfront in the design to help mitigate that from the beginning in terms of a project's design. For noise, be to evaluate and mitigate any noise and vibration that could occur during construction, as well as to implement a fair share program to help fund and to come to fruition operational roadway vehicle noise measures and projects, some of which have already been identified for your community. And then transportation to prepare and implement specific project level construction traffic management plans as necessary, again, identified when those projects come to be proposed. And for utilities, that one is going to be your standard coordinate with your water and wastewater providers and to mitigate any service effects that could come up in those discussions and coordinations. So as required by CEQA, we also analyze EIR alternatives, including the CEQA required no project alternative, which in this case means not updating any of your general plan elements or your land uses or your zoning ordinance. It means basically just continuing with build out under your currently approved general plan. So that was required no project alternative that we assessed. Alternative 2, this one was called, it's a long title, new infill mixed use within the city core and additional retail shopping alternative. And then alternative 3, which is new infill mixed use within the city core alternative. So that one does not have the additional retail shopping that alternative 2 does. And this table is a nice visual of the comparison of the proposed plan and the 3 alternatives in terms of the amount of non-residential gross square footage totals, the residential units totals, and what the associated population estimate would be associated with those amount of residential units under those alternatives. So generally, more residential units and population associated with alternatives 2 and 3, but much less commercial retail uses. So another requirement of CEQA is that of the alternatives you assess in an EIR, that you determine which is the quote unquote environmentally superior alternative. This was determined to be alternative 2, just barely, because under alternative 2, development would be more centralized within San Ramon. And so it would result in slightly lesser impacts related to things like cultural resources that could be impacted, wildfire risk, and transportation. although not to the extent of reducing the significance levels compared to the proposed plan. So that's why I say it's slightly lesser, but not to the point that it actually altered or changed impact conclusion finding levels. So alternative 2 would also still meet project objectives to outline the vision for San Ramon's long-range physical and economic development, and also adhere to the goals of resource conservation that the community has, in order to reflect community aspirations as well as your smart growth mandate. So that concludes the high-level summary of the 24A general plan draft EIR and its findings. What I wanted to cover next was just to kind of revisit the public input summary with regard to this EIR. So as a reminder, the EIR public scoping comment period at the beginning was June 24th through July 25th of last year in 2022. And the draft EIR public review and comment period is currently in effect from August 30th through October 16th. This is the contact information for Missy, senior planner here at the City of San Ramon, for folks in the audience and at home in the public who would like to submit written comments as well, in addition to any verbal comments this evening on the draft EIR. And also, if you want further information, there is the website for Plan San Ramon in general as well. And then just for the commissioner and the public's knowledge, the next steps in terms of the EIR is the draft EIR public comment period will close on October 16th at noon. And then the following are the remaining hearing dates related to the EIR for the general plan. And the next one is the Planning Commission for EIR. That will be yours. Next one for the EIR recommendation consideration on November 7th. And then tentatively, I guess the dates aren't 100% solidified yet, but right now, tentatively, City Council, 2 meetings, one on November 28th and another one, the goal is for December 12th, where with the goal of EIR certifications may be part of that last meeting on December 12th. And now we will open it up for draft EIR public comments, and I'll turn it back over to city staff now to moderate. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just going to summarize it in terms of process tonight. We're looking for any verbal comments on the draft EIR. I would suggest that the Planning Commission take public comment first and then move into any questions or clarifications that you might have afterwards, just so that we can make sure that we capture any public comments related to the EIR first. So with that, I'll go ahead and sit back down.
Okay. And through the chair, I just want to indicate that we are receiving public comments. This is not a time for staff to try and respond to those public comments that are received. They will be responding in a formal manner in what's called the final EIR. And so we want to make sure that our answers are accurate. And so that's why we're asking the commissioners to have their listening ears on tonight, really, and just accepting those comments. And then we will take any comments that you have, and then we will come back, as Kelsey said, on November 7th with our responses to all the comments received.
All right, very good. So at this time, we'd like to open a public comment. So do we have any speaker cards on the draft EIR?
No speaker cards, but I do have hands raised on the Zoom. And I just want to mention that we did receive written public comment from Gagan McCoy, Angie Tucson Billingsley, and David Barr on this item.
Okay, very good.
All right. Call in user 1.
Okay, there we go. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay, I don't believe the 3 letters that the clerk just disclosed of the comments that you guys received were disclosed in the packet. Hi.
At this time, we don't get to
Hi,
comment on what you're saying.
Can
So
you
I'm,
hear me? Can you
yes,
hear
of
me?
course. Yes, but this is for you to speak and us to listen. So I'm sorry, we can't answer your question. Go ahead.
Okay. All right, I'm going to start over because you guys muted me and it's really weird. Okay, I just want to say that the clerk disclosed the 3 organizations who sent you guys comments. They were not included in the packet. Also, it is really unprofessional that when you guys ask a consultant to present and you don't disclose their full name and their organization name, and I have to go by Kelsey. Okay, and Kelsey's, presentation was just a mumble jumble of what we already know, like what qualifies as EIR, but there is no listing of how they come up with the language. Specifically on the packet, page 25, 5.4, there is a red line through a phrase, except for creek setback regulations. I'm very concerned about that because I myself is a victim of soil settlement after I had purchased a property in San Ramon, and it went through lengthy HOA involved litigation. So I feel a little bit nervous that you guys are eliminating this, and especially when it involves geographic characteristics that are prone to settlement. So I wish Kelsey would have explained why you would advise the staff, maybe Ms. E or other people in planning to eliminate that. Also, there was a letter included in the package from the public, which is coming from Federal Realty, sent to you guys on August 9th, 23. Since then, there have been many general plan revision public meetings, but their comments were never incorporated into your subsequent meetings. So I feel like you're going through the motion of getting all the public comments, but you're not really listening or hearing us and then revising or including our comments into your general plan. You're just going through the motion, open up the hearing, close up the hearing, and you're basically shutting us down regardless. You're just going by whatever you have, that is a draft, and that's basically what you're going to approve, regardless what we say. Please pay attention to Federal Realty's 4 requests. They are very legitimate, and we are not farm animals. We don't want to be, basically fattened by you guys and then just, regularly pay our taxes. We want to have good quality of life. We want to enjoy life. So retail is very important, and Federal Realty is currently in charge of our realty aspect of the city, and they have great things to say. I wish that you guys will listen to them. And Ms. E, please disclose how you plan to incorporate these public comments into your revision language. I feel like, you guys are turning a blind
You are slightly
ear on
over
us.
the time limit, so we hope that you could wrap up here, please.
And that is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I do want to say that we did hear from staff that we are collecting public comments and that they will be addressed thoughtfully at the end.
In the
That is
final,
what I heard.
in the written final EIR that will be produced by the consultant team and provided back to the commission for final consideration.
Yeah, thank you. I remember that from the last time we did this. So yes.
And through the chair, if I may also just note that we have 2 items this evening on the agenda, one related to the EIR and then one related to the draft general plan. There were some references made to the staff report, and those were related to the second item. So I just wanted to make that clarification.
Thank you. Yes, and I can see why this might cause some confusion as we have a very large packet and we've done some shuffling here. So do we have any other comments?
Ariel Strauss.
Okay, very good. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. My name is Ariel Strauss. I'm an attorney at Green Fire Law, counsel for CAMPAD. I'm pleased to see many of you again. CAMPAD is principally concerned with the lack of adequate protection of retail in the city. CAMPAD is disappointed to see retailers, including TRC, the owner of Marketplace, submit letters arguing against restrictions on converting retail to residential or other non-retail uses. As many of you know, TRC got in Metro Marketplace and placed with $40 million plus condos. While the valid reasons to need flexibility up in older shopping centers, the city should not facilitate elimination of retail to make it quick selling. Page 2-6 of the DIR states the proposed project will have only approximately.
I'm sorry, Mr. Strauss.
Yes.
Could I interrupt you for a moment? We are having a
Please.
very difficult time hearing you. Your connection is not very good tonight.
I appreciate you pointing that out. Just a moment. Let me switch my headset. I hope this will help. Thank you for the point.
Yeah, and also,
that out.
we're
Is this an
on
improvement?
the item about the draft environmental impact report. I don't know if you,
Is this an improvement? Can you hear me better now?
no, it's the
Can you
next
hear-
one is the draft, general plan. So maybe in the, after the next
Yep.
item, your connection will be better.
Can you hear me better?
A little bit, yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead. So, page 2-6 of the DIR states the proposed project would add only approximately 347,000 square feet for all non-residential types, including office space, retail and industrial. And this is dramatically less than what would be appropriate based on the May 23rd, 2022 retail development opportunity analysis recommending between 1.1 and 1.8 million square feet additional retail by 2040. That's table I-1. And that figure is certainly recognized in the DIR page 2-11, which recounts that retail floor area is expected to have a demand of up to 1.8 million square feet. This potential growth is directly linked to incremental demand, incidental population growth, and the creation of mixed-use village areas. Now, the difference between the current general plan and the proposed general plan is dramatic and worrying. On page 5-3, it states that 4.9 million gross square feet of non-residential build-out is anticipated under the adopted 2035 San Ramon General Plan compared to 347,339 gross square feet of non-residential build-out anticipated under the proposed plan. This is extreme variation and deficiency. The DIR is deficient by failing to consider need to meet increasing local retail needs and the VMT impacts of the failure. Specifically, there is not an alternative considered that targets protection of retail, which would be similar to decreased retail alternative not considered, but instead of 2,000 reduced units, is more in the range of 1,000 fewer units to protect high value retail. This should take the necessary elements of alternative 2, specifically improve protection of retail, without the extreme core densification, and continue to implement the climate action plan and other positive policies that are proposed for 2040. Despite the failure to plan for increased retail, which results in longer trips outside the city to meet basic needs, the DEIR's discussion of VMT exclusively focuses on trips between home and work. And so I asked the commissioners to inquire with Ms. Poling how or whether VMT impacts of longer trips for shopping outside of San Ramon was considered. Could you hear me there?
Yes, thank you. That was
Okay,
much
thank
better.
you. Okay, good. Thank you for giving me that extra time. I appreciate it.
You're quite welcome. Thank you. Do we have any other speakers? Okay, Mr. Blickenstaff, you're on.
Good evening, commissioners. Just a couple observations early in this review stage. First, I saw a flow chart where you'll say there's another meeting on the draft EIR besides this one. And then on the website for the city, I didn't see any future meetings on the EIR, which is kind of confusing because it seems like that's the process of scheduling hearings for the public would allow for a second hearing on the EIR. So I hope that's scheduled, and maybe you can clarify that for me, because that would be very useful demonstrating outreach to your citizenry. Also, I noticed that there's a 45-day interlude between the putting out the draft EIR and then the final comment period. I understand that's the absolute minimum you can do. You can't go lower than 45 days, but you can go higher. So I would suggest in the name of getting the best feedback from your residents, you would extend that somewhat to 60 to 90 days, whatever the next alternative amount of time is, as a way of making sure you get the feedback from your residents that you need to make this general plan the best it can be in terms of how the residents look at it. So that's one suggestion. Another thing I noticed that there's nothing on visual, or I guess you call it aesthetics impacts. And that should be part of the review process under CEQA. And seems to me aesthetics going to be super sensitive issue, because if you're ambitiously building a lot of housing, in trying to comply with demands from the state. And then you're going to have visual impacts that are going to be negative. And in that case, it needs to be clarified as an impact, and probably a significant one when you compare the nice view sheds we still have today, and then the view sheds in 20 years when you have a huge amount of development taking place in the city. So that we need to look at that a little more. I'll have more detailed comments within the 45 days, but seems to me if there isn't another meeting, that would all have to be in writing. And I think that would narrow the scope of getting input that you need. But just a cursory first look, I think you have to be very careful with this EIR, draft EIR, as it reflects the constitution of the city, which is the general plan. And to the extent that's a definitive plan that is very accurate and strong in its language to support the planning process for what's in the interest of the city, then that's great. But if it's a weak general plan, the draft ER would need to understand the weaknesses and clarify them in terms of the effect they'll have on impacts. So I think there's still a lot of work to do, but I will be doing comments within the legal time frame if it stays at 45 days, and at least have that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
No other hands raised on Zoom.
Okay. So seeing no other speakers during this public comment, we're going to close public comment for this session. And then we are going to turn to commissioners and see if they have feedback. Gentlemen.
Confusion, not feedback. How about that?
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I would like Cindy upon to take some time later on to explain the alternatives a bit more in detail. I'm not pointing them clearly. So we had limited time this time to review everything in detail. So it's even more time to absorb this flow chart, whatever we call it. That's what.
Excuse me. Are you looking for an overview of what the alternatives are? We certainly can provide that information tonight. And this, I just want to clarify, this is the only public hearing on the EIR. So, and so we'll be closing comments on October 16th. So questions tonight, that's a valid question to ask of Cindy or the consultant to briefly walk through the alternatives. And I think are you focusing on probably alternative 2 and 3? Alternative 1's the no project, which would mean the status quo, and just try and get a better understanding of the difference between 2 and 3. We certainly can provide that clarification right now.
Is it possible for us to get these PowerPoint presentations before our meeting?
Typically, we have so many moving parts. Once the packet goes out, they typically are presented at the night of the meeting. We will try the best we can, but typically they do come the night of the meeting because we do have a lot of changes at the last minute that we need to incorporate.
So I would like to I have a question on the issue of the noise portion of the EIR. And part of that is, as we are continuing to add housing, we are adding sensitive receptors. And it did not seem as if there was a mechanism by which the EIR accommodates more and more ears, so to speak. And particularly as we are watching Belmont Village, where you have senior citizens, assisted living going in, and then the continued build out of the city core, that will greatly add more and more noise. But it did not seem to me that there was a mechanism by which the increase of the noise levels is either monitored or accounted for. So that was the one that really struck me this time around. But it was a very large document, in case anybody's wondering. Okay. Anybody else? Anybody else? Okay, so we will conclude this portion of item 10.1, the draft EIR, and we look forward to more public comment in the mechanisms by which the city has those available to you in writing. Is that correct?
Well, through the chair, did you want me just to do a brief summary of the alternatives?
I
and-
think
and
that would
cover
be
that?
really good at this time.
Okay.
Yes.
Great.
So long as you're here and you're willing. You have a captive audience.
Okay, well, I don't have any prepared slides, but I'll refer back to the documents so that you can hopefully follow along. So the EIR was released on August 30th, and we have chapter 5 within the draft EIR that covers the alternatives section of as required by CEQA. And as Kelsey had mentioned, as part of the EIR process, we are obligated to identify potential alternatives to the project that is being proposed. So General Plan 2040 has a certain number of units and a certain population increase as a result of that, and a land use map and design that we expect to be built out through 2040. And so the alternatives that we studied, you can see them in chapter 5. They're listed as 3 specific alternatives that had analysis and evaluation. That's on, starts at 5-1 and through, I believe, 5-30. So that chapter identifies different potential projects that we can consider alternative to General Plan 2040. And it's done at a higher level. So we do analyze potential impacts based on the profiles of those alternatives, but it's not necessarily to the degree in which the project analysis in chapter 3. But they do compare those alternatives to the primary project. So first project is the no project alternative, meaning that we decided to not update our general plan and keep moving forward with the plan that we currently have in place. And that's considered what we refer to as the no project alternative 1. There's analysis related to what would happen in terms of the environmental impacts if we were not to adopt a new general plan. So you'll see summaries of what would happen if we just carried on with the existing general plan that we have in place. Alternative 2 is referred to as the new infill mixed use within the city core and the additional retail shopping. And that's referring to maps that had previously been identified and are included in the general plan EIR that show conversations that we've had previously about because we have a general plan application right now to redesignate the 91-acre Chevron, formerly Chevron parcel, and then the adjacent Bishop Ranch 1 parcels to a mixed use land use. Alternative 2 evaluates that land use change to those 2 properties, the BR1 and the Chevron parcel. So it's an opportunity to look at if we were to change the land use designation on those 2 properties, what would the environmental impact be associated with making that change for the land use from what's currently office to downtown mixed use south. Downtown mixed use south, as you recall, 20 to 60 dwelling units per acre allows for both residential and non-residential uses. In addition to making those land use changes, we're also going to make edits to 4 retail shopping centers where they're currently identified as mixed use. some of the direction that we received early on was, what would it look like if we were to pull back the residential option on those parcels and to convert those back to a pure retail land use designation? So the alternative 2 evaluates the potential environmental impacts if we were to redesignate those 2 parcels to downtown mixed use, and then those 4 retail shopping centers to from mixed use to retail. So that's alternative 2. And then alternative 3 is making the change to those 2 parcels for downtown mixed use, but carrying on the existing mixed use on those 4 shopping centers and not changing those, and keeping the option of having a retail, commercial use and a residential use on those parcels. So from a mapping standpoint, the difference between alternative 2 and alternative 3 is alternative 2 will change the land use map to reflect the change on the Chevron, the BR1, and the 4 shopping centers to the new land uses. Alternative 3 is only redesignating just the Chevron and BR1 parcels. And then the analysis associated with alternative 3 is also in that chapter. So after the analysis was conducted on these 3 potential alternatives to General Plan 2040, STIGO requires us to look at, is there a preferred alternative to the project that could have a lesser impact or better outcome than the existing proposed project? And so as part of that analysis, you'll see the conclusion is alternative 2 has a slightly better impact in terms of from the environment. It's not who likes what more, it's just from a purely environmental impact. Alternative 2 identifies that there is less environmental impacts overall while achieving the city's long-term goal. So that's the summary of the alternatives chapter. And at the end of the certification process, we will be asking the city to certify and select one of those alternatives or either the current project or one of the alternatives proposed.
Great. Does that answer your question? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that was easily understood. Okay. Anything else, commissioners? Okay.
We just need a motion to continue to accept written comments until October 16th at noon.
Okay.
From the commission, if you so would.
I'll make a motion that we continue to receive public comments through October the 16th at 12 noon.
I'll go ahead and second that motion.
Very good. Excellent. So we have a 4-0 and 1 no vote to can accept written comments until October 16th at noon. So very good. Thank you. Written comments. All right. And we're going to moving our agenda back to item 9.1. So check your paperwork. And for those following along, 9.1 will be okay.
All right.
Lost track of it all. It's just like hurting, it's like monitoring preschoolers.
Okay, that's
we go.
me again. All right, so item 9.1, this is going to be the continuation of the public hearings that we've been conducting on the general plan update. Tonight's hearing is the 5th in a series of several public hearings that we've had on the general plan update. We're expanding on the discussions that we've had at our previous meetings and continuing those conversations tonight to get more public input and planning commission direction. After tonight's meeting, we will again be asking for continuation to October 17th. Our hope is that as we start to finish our review of the general plan and get comments on those, that we're going to get direction to eventually come back with resolutions to recommend adoption to the city council. So October 17th is another opportunity for that. And if the commission desired to direct us to move forward with draft resolutions. So in the staff report, we're covering 3 topics primarily this evening, items that we have been directed to come back with more information on, and then just some follow-up on the open space figures that were previously identified as following with the completion of the draft EIR. So the first topic is related to the open space conservation figures, figure 8-2 and 8-3. 8-2 is the open space resources figure, and 8-3 is the resource management figures. Those are attached as attachment A in your staff report. 8-2 illustrates a composite of all of the open space in our planning area that's defined by state law. And then 8-3 are lands subject to resource conservation, including hillsides, creeks, and ridge lines. So starting with 8-2, changes to 8-2 include 3 areas that were highlighted in the staff report. When you compare figures 8-2 from General Plan 2035 to General Plan 40, these are the main highlights of changes to the figure. The first change is related to taking out the designation of built and planned urban lands to what's commonly referred to as the Gelderman properties. Those are going to go from built and planned urban lands on the map to open space. And that open space area will just reflect the fact that we've taken off the residential designation in the general plan. And so it's no longer considered future planned urban land, and therefore would go to an open space designation on figure 8-2. Another change that's being made to 8-2 is related to a very small portion that that's referred to as the Deerwood Unincorporated Island. It's technically not within city limits right now. And so as part of the pre-zoning that we're doing, we're also having to designate that parcel as something on this map, and the recommendation is to designate it as open space. And that will be consistent with the land use designation that we're proposing on that parcel. The third change is related to 2 properties or 2 APNs that is in the Doherty Valley area. We refer to those as the former Coyote Creek Elementary School site. Years ago, we changed the land use on the elementary school site to residential. Those residences have been built and constructed now for a number of years, but there are areas surrounding the residential that are owned by the city's or the Geological Hazard Abatement District, and would be better identified as open space because we don't have plans for any future construction on those properties. So it would no longer be identified as planned urban land, but rather open space to match the land use designation. And this is just a map of a diagram of figure 8-2 that's proposed as part of General Plan 2040. And then figure 8-3 is the resource management figure. just a little bit of background in General Plan 2035. We currently have 4 policies in the open space and conservation element that refer to figure 8.3. In the new General Plan 2040, we have 1 policy that's going to be eliminated. It's already addressed in the other policies, and so we're removing it from the general plan. And then we're editing the 3 other policies that are related to figure 8-3. So no changes are proposed. The first point I wanted to make is there are no changes that are proposed to the location or the identification of any of the major or minor ridge lines, or any of the ridge lines that were previously identified in the general plan that could be altered with grading. That's in the northwest and the west side specific plan area. So no changes on the maps related to ridge lines, but there is one notable change that we wanted to make sure that was identified in the staff report, is that creeks that are within the built urban land are no longer identified on figure 8.3. So creeks located in undeveloped resource management areas will continue to be identified on figure 8.3, but specifically creeks that are in the built urban land are not in figure 8-3. And the significance of that is really, probably what you want to know. So if the creek is no longer identified in built urban land, the creek setback restriction also no longer applies to those properties. And the reason that we're removing the creeks in built urban lands is there's 2 reasons. The first reason goes back kind of to the history of the map itself and the purpose and intent of the original creek preservation guidelines. We have to go back to when the city first incorporated and then took over resource management as a city. We had several documents that refer to what the city's intent was for creek preservation. We refer to that as the Resource Conservation Overlay District. That was a district that was created as part of our first general plan. And then Ordinance 197 that was adopted in 1990 that kind of reinforces the resource conservation overlay and protection. So when you go back to those 2 maps from 1988 and the 1990 maps of Ordinance 197, no creeks were identified in any of the developed areas or essentially what was considered the built land areas at that time. The only creeks that were identified in the figure that were subject to the 100-foot setback were located in undeveloped areas of the planning area boundary. So, so when you go back in time, the intent was not to require the 100-foot setback on properties that were in the built urban land. And then when we digitized those maps, because originally somebody hand drew them and then Xeroxed and created those maps. When we actually digitized those maps as part of General Plan 2020, those creeks were unintentionally identified on those maps, which then meant that figure 8-3, because any creeks identified on 8-3 were subject to the 100-foot setback. Now we had creeks in built urban lands that were overnight subject to the 100-foot setback when they previously were not. So, and this is just a graphic of that original ridgeline and creek protection zone map. And you can see in the map that the original developed area of San Ramon, the creeks are in the sort of dark dotted line, the black dotted line. And you'll see in the legend, it says drainage channel. You do not see any drainage channels within the center of the city until you get to the edges of development. Once you get beyond the edges of development in the undeveloped areas, that's where you see the creeks identified, and where Ordinance 197 and the RCOD restrictions would apply. And then the second reason for the update to Figure 8A-3 is related to the housing element that was just certified by the state. Program 19 in the housing element directs the city to look at updating the Hillside Creek and Ridgeline development standards in order to facilitate the development of affordable housing. And that through the updating of the development standards, it could provide greater flexibility for improvements as well as residential developments within that 100-foot creek setback in the urbanized areas. So creeks in the undeveloped areas on Figure 8-3 will continue to be protected by the resource management restrictions, and state and federal regulations, as well as any local standards related to creeks, will continue to apply to all creeks, regardless of whether they're in developed area or undeveloped area, meaning there's still jurisdiction from state agencies that apply to creeks, and those will continue to be obligated on any properties that have a creek. So those do not go away regardless of whether they show the creek is shown on Figure 8-3 or not. And then this is just the Figure 8-3 for reference, and you'll see the creeks in the urbanized land area are no longer identified on this map, but the ridge lines continue to be the same ridge lines that we have right now in General Plan 2035, will carry forward in 2040. And then the second topic in the staff report is related to the Church of the Valley. There was a request in August for staff to come back with additional information on public comments that were received from the Church of the Valley property owners. Just a brief history as part of the housing element update, the city committed to identifying the Church of the Valley property as a housing opportunity site and to rezone that property that's currently zoned public, semi-public, which does not traditionally allow for residential, to be redesignated as a residential land use. So right now, because it's a public, semi-public zone, to implement the housing element, we have to rezone that property to a residential designation. In the housing element, we identified what we anticipated that rezoning to be, which was a designation that would allow for medium density residential. Medium density residential is what you see on the proposed general plan land use map and the zoning map. We introduced those a couple of meetings ago with the maps that show what the intent is for the land use on Church of the Valley. And that designation was both based on the number of conversations that we had during the housing element process when we were trying to pick and choose what we expected housing opportunity sites to look at and what the yield for units were on those sites. And then also based on context of what's happening within the surrounding neighborhood of that property, and the intent to provide a more balanced transition to that existing neighborhood. And then this is just a map of kind of context of where the Church of the Valley property currently is. That's identified as public, semi-public in the blue. That will be proposed to be medium density residential. So we're going from what's currently 0 residential units to the potential of 6 to 15 dwelling units per acre. And then you can see what are the land uses that are surrounding that property. And then the third topic that we're covering tonight is the non-retail policy. There was a request to follow up at a future meeting regarding comments that were received from various retail property owners on policy 4.6-I-22. I-22 is the policy that relates to the limits on non-retail uses on a retail property. So currently, General Plan 2035, which is I-18, so it's being renumbered to I-22. So hopefully you're following along here. So I-18 currently, which is being renumbered to 22, has a limit to non-retail uses. There's a maximum of no more than 25% of the total floor area of a shopping center to be used as non-retail uses. And then that policy then is implemented through the zoning ordinance, where the zoning ordinance has some specific standards that implements this policy. In General Plan 2040, our public review draft shows this policy updated, but it still continues that 25% non-retail limitation. The request of the various retail property owners is to reconsider replacing General Plan Policy I-22 with a new policy that gives additional flexibility for the city to consider circumstances to allow for more non-retail uses. So staff does agree that there's additional analysis that's going to be needed. We have to evaluate existing retail trends and what an alternative to the 25% may look like and what the impacts would be. But because the policy that's currently proposed right now, I-22, still carries that specific 25% limitation, the city then is limited to making any changes in the zoning ordinance because the general plan policy gives that direction. So we are recommending revising I-22. We've included the new language in the staff report. Ultimately, if the city were to take the new language for I-22 instead of the current one that's in the public review draft, it just gives the direction to staff to work on evaluating and potentially updating as needed the non-retail language in the zoning ordinance. So this would really only be step one of two that's required if we, as a city, decided we wanted to make changes to the non-retail allowances on our shopping centers. So with this change in language, this would then carry into our zoning ordinance update that's going to follow the general plan process. That will probably take place beginning of next year after we've gotten through all of the general plan updating. But that would then be the trigger as we go into updating the zoning ordinance as we get to that particular section on non-retail land uses or non-retail uses in shopping centers. We would at that point then look at all of the information analysis that we've been working on with the shopping centers and come up with a new proposal for that section and new text for that section. But we're not at this point providing a recommendation on what number that new non-retail should be, or if it should be changed at all. We're simply saying that if we want to have the ability to evaluate that section of the zoning ordinance to be changed, we would have to first change the general plan policy. So that wraps up my presentation this evening. Our recommendation is to continue the public hearing to after tonight's discussion to October 17th. We do also have a separately noticed joint city council public hearing on the general plan update that's scheduled for October 3rd at 6 p.m. To allow for additional discussion on anything general plan related outside of the EIR. But because that EIR discussion will continue on November 7th. So our goal is just to continue to receive feedback and then also direction from the Planning Commission and then City Council at that joint meeting on October 3rd, hopefully making our way to a recommendation for adoption in November. And then if if that was the direction in November, then we would proceed with City Council review at that point. But those dates are tentative until we get a formal recommendation from this body to move forward with City Council. So with that, that concludes my presentation. I can take questions now or come back after.
I have just a quick question, and can we go back to the retail, the three options there? So I kind of lost track of which one you're asking us to consider as as the city's recommendation. So there was the original one, which was I-18. And then we revised it to I-22, but then it sounded like the retailers offered a different I-22. Is that correct?
That's right. So
Okay.
We currently have general plan policy I-18. And as part of this update process, we've recommended a change to I-18 that's now I-22 in its new form. That's the first green box in the staff report. When after we released that draft policy, the property owners came back with a suggested change to that policy. And that's what you'll see in the italicized section following that first green box.
Okay.
Staff reviewed that policy and made some edits to that so that it's a little less wordy and a little bit more provides the city a little bit more flexibility as far as how we approach that section. And so that second green box is the revised language that we would recommend Planning Commission to consider tonight. And
I'm sorry.
yeah, and if you do provide us that direction to move forward with the second green box, the language in that second green box, that would then be inserted in as an errata change to the original public review draft.
So the third one you're talking about is the one that says evaluate and update as needed. And that is the one that has feedback from the retail folks.
Right. So
Okay, just trying to keep it all straight. Thank you. Go ahead. You have more, you can add more.
nope, that's it.
Okay. All right, commissioners' comments, clarifications?
So through the chair,
Yes.
there are probably half a dozen or maybe 5 or 6 specific items. Do you want us to work through them individually? And then my second question, which would be my first question, do we want to open public comment first before we, dig into this? Because it might take us a while.
I think the agenda suggests we open public comment first, and then we can let you have a break and we'll get back to you. How's that?
Thank you.
All right. Okay. All right. So at this time, we will open public comment on this issue. This is the 9.1 in your agenda if you are following along. So do we have any written comments on 9.1?
Written public comment was received from Gagan McCoy, Andy Tucson Billingsley, and David Barr.
Yes. Okay.
I do have hands raised on Zoom. I don't have any speaker cards.
Fantastic. Okay, so let's go to Zoom.
Call in user 2.
Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I just want to make sure, because I want to make sure I speak to the right item. This is 10.1, right?
No, this is 9.1.
You're still
We
on
have to-
9.1?
Yeah, we adjusted the order at the beginning of the meeting.
Okay. All right. But then I heard, Ms. E talking about retail analysis. So I guess I can probably speak to that. I'm wondering if the city manager can please work with Ms. E and disclose to the planning commission as well as the residents about the top 5 retails that our residents spend money on via digital purchases. I'm very curious about those companies because if they have physical stores, that means either we're leaking physically to other cities or that, people are just buying online. And I'm wondering, in our efforts of trying to capture more of our retail tax dollars, whether we can possibly identify those companies that we're already working with and then possibly give them invites to consider having physical presence in San Ramon. That is my comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ariel Strauss.
Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Am I coming in clear?
Yes, very good.
Thank you. Yes, this is Ariel Strauss with Green Fire Law on behalf of CAMPAD. And I want to point out some disappointment with the TRC and other retailers' letters that have asked the city for additional discretion. As you may recall, some of you from discussion of SB 330 and the Housing Accountability Act, seeking to, quote, work with San Ramon Shopping Center property owners, end quote, is meaningless under SB 330 and the Housing Accountability Act. It's like purporting to work with someone who's holding you at gunpoint because the legislature shifted so much power to residential developers that the city shouldn't expect to be able to work with them in good faith. I mean, they will just steamroll the city. And so I think those are really empty and unenforceable words that won't achieve anything. Now, the city should retain the requirement of specific findings before limiting 25% of communities serving retail. However, I do agree that further direction is required here because at one point, at least in connection with Marketplace, I don't recall if it was staff or TRC or both, contended that 4.6-I18 applied exclusively transforming community retail to other types of commercial, as are the examples under that section. But paradoxically, no special findings are required in changing 25% of community serving retail to a shopping center to totally non-commercial uses, such as residential. Similarly, I think there's an argument that you can get around this requirement by simply redrawing what your project definition is. So to say you wanted to eliminate half of a shopping center, you simply say our project is defined as half the shopping center, and then we are eliminating 40% of that shopping center. Therefore, it's not 25% of the original shopping center. I think this type of line drawing needs to be addressed more explicitly. The other issue, and I didn't hear these issues raised by Ms. He or this misinterpretation tonight, so it's possible it's sort of, that's not staff's position, but I think it's very important to be mindful and concerned about these machinations that the developers should be expected and their attorneys should be expected to employ, speaking as an attorney, naturally. So the other an option mentioned by staff is requiring a minimum retail FAR. I think that would be appropriate, but under the Housing Accountability Act and SB 330, the city cannot impose ad hoc restrictions. So these two must be published in advance and be objective. And so there's concern that, while that sounds good, it would also not be enforceable. So again, there needs to be some specific definition of that minimum retail FAR. Similarly, requiring clear economic findings might also not be adequately objective, at least according to a developer. And therefore, under Government Code Section 66300D1C, the approach would have to be that the city at the same time simultaneously upzones some other properties to make sure that potentially lost residential from these community serving shopping centers is made up for in other sites. And that would be easy to do because, as noted in DEIR, the RINA figures have been satisfied and there's plenty of housing that's being provided by the city. It would simply be an accounting and tracking exercise to say we are accounting for the potential downzoning that's occurring by requiring these special findings or the minimum FAR because we have upzoned simultaneously these other sites, which is actually in fact what's happening. But I think that accounting and that sort of a statement would need to be included to make this enforceable. So I do hope that the city sort of thinks about this closely and takes those positive steps, since this is something that really can help improve, protect important retail. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jim Blickenstaff.
Mr. Blickenstaff, how are you?
We're
Welcome back.
good. Yeah, thanks again. A couple of things popped out at me. One of them was getting rid of any creek designation in so-called built areas. Now, a built area, to my mind, is different than an urbanized area because it's already built. You're grandfathering in something that's already there. But if you want to just carte blanche, remove all creek designations from certain urbanized, quote, urbanized areas, then you're just allowing future infringements on creeks that are still viable and still recognized in the Creek Protection District. So I think you have to be very careful about a carte blanche designation of removal of creeks in so-called built areas when some of those areas aren't built on. They're still open to being higher density and all these other things, which is nice, but not if you have to put it over what used to be a creek. So I think you want to be very careful and have very strident rules on a case-by-case basis of when that comes up for discussion. So if there is a viable creek that serves a purpose, and especially if there's a creek on one side of the property and a creek on another side, then that's an example of where you shouldn't have that carte blanche rule of just automatically dismissing creeks once they're in urban areas, because that still allows for a lot of creek destruction. Some of it may be appropriate. That's why I say case by case. A lot of it won't be, because the creek is still a viable functioning creek that serves a purpose that would be recognized by the protection of the city and fish and game and so forth. So you have to be very careful about deciding to be dismissive of creeks just because they're in an urbanized area. The other thing that came up was a certain status of retail that has the effect of diminishing retail, because now you can do something at the auspices of a property owner that will end up reducing retail. And we've already seen how we have problems with not enough retail in the city already. And that adds to all kinds of other issues that don't help the city. It makes it more difficult to have smart planning without having that balance of retail, commercial, housing, et cetera. So again, you want to be very careful about encouraging the removal of retail or opening the door for that. And again, it'd have to be a case-by-case basis, looked at in detail about how it functions in terms of serving the best interests of the city. So that would be a broader criteria than probably simple economic benefit or whatever. So those are the two things that popped out. I'm glad we got some more time to talk about this, but for now, that's something I just want to make sure I had you recognize. Thank you.
Thank you.
Susie Ferris Intercom.
Okay.
Yes, good evening, commissioners. I just want to express my concern about a number of the changes that are being proposed in both the general plan and these sub aspects of it. And that's that really none of the proposed changes, especially the ones we just discussed, are seeking to protect retail in our city. And none of them seem to link to any type of other areas of the general plan that would help ensure better, smarter designed changes to those retail areas. And I just want to express that I think that's really something that's going to be troubling and of concern to this area. If we're supposed to have intelligent, smartly designed city centers, et cetera, there needs to be some linkage between that controls how much retail area can be decimated and replaced with less than decisive designs. So I just want to let you know that. Thank you.
Thank you.
No other hands raised.
Okay. Seeing no other comments, we will close the public comment for this section. And we'll move on to commissioner comments and feedback. Commissioners, you're up.
So I did recount, there are actually 5, I think, requested areas that we want to get commented, the map, the creeks, the retail. And my recommendation is that we take each one individually and work through it all before we just ping pong around, although Cindy's in the past said she'll take it any way she gets it. But if that's okay.
Sounds like a
Yeah.
smart move.
So the first one I noted was a request in the map that would have the effect of changing the Gelderman property from some flavor of housing to open space. And I think my question is really, and we did receive a memo today from Gagan McCoy that highlighted some questions. And I guess I would like to know how the city would respond to the legal comments before I'd feel comfortable responding with how I feel about that map change. And I'm not sure if we're prepared to address that tonight, or if the city attorney is, or we need to have that at some future point.
So it may be helpful for me to summarize, I to a certain degree, what I think the letter is trying to request of the Planning Commission and City Council, and that is that the land use map that we have currently released in the public review draft identifies a change to those parcels that are referred to as Gelderman properties from what's currently hillside residential. So hillside residential allows for residential development on those properties that are zoned as such. The recommendation in the land use map is redesignating those Gelderman properties to open space. And the objection is the change to the land use map and of redesignating it from hillside residential to open space. As a city, we can determine how we want our land use map to look like as long as it's internally consistent with the other elements of the general plan. And at one point in time with our old housing element, before we certified and adopted the new one that we're currently operating under, the previous housing element to the one that we've just adopted did have a language in it that talked about the property being a future housing opportunity site, and had because of the identification of hillside residential, that eventually it was anticipated that it would have some residential designation on that property. With the update to the housing element, we no longer identify that property as housing opportunity site. One of the directions of the housing element was to focus urban development closer to the city core and where services and amenities are located. And so as part of that direction of the housing element, we are now then updating the land use map to reflect that direction that we received early on with the housing element. So given that we are no longer counting on this property or relying on this property to be a housing opportunity site, we evaluated whether or not we wanted to continue to maintain the hillside residential designation, and are recommending as part of the general plan update to amend that land use to open space from what is currently hillside residential. And that's at the, direction and discretion of the planning commission and the city council to adopt as such. So we have the ability over time to, decide in the long term what we want land uses to look like. And as long as we're internally consistent, that's again at the pleasure of the council and commission. So I don't know if that addresses necessarily the legal, because I leave that to the attorneys. But as far as what the city can and can't do, we are internally consistent. The only place right now in the general plan that identifies that property as having any residential potential is the land use map. There's no other text in the general plan that refers to these properties as future residential. And so the only change that would be made is just to the map. And that's the recommendation that's currently in the public review draft. So I think that.
So I think I understand what we're doing. I think I have a good feel for that. I think my question truly is, are we allowed to do what we're doing in responding to the Gagan McCoy? And it may not be a land map question, but the result of the impact of changing just the land map in, at least per this letter, it seems to take away something they were potentially counting on and working on. And so I think that's where my question's coming from, is that has this, before we, do everything that you just said, which is all consistent and, there's nothing wrong with the map part of it. Are we on good legal footing to do what we're doing? And I think I would want at least the response from the city that yes, we are, before we move forward on this.
Through the chair, I just wanted to add one other point to this. It should be noted that this particular property is not within the city limits. It's within the planning area. It is within the urban growth boundary, but again, it's not something that is immediately solely at our discretion. They have opportunities to develop under the county should they choose to go that direction. But in the meantime, we're basically moving it back to a pre-existing condition, essentially.
No, that's very helpful, Lauren. But I think, which will probably should be one of the basis of the final evaluation from the city. Like I said, they took the time to send the legal letter three times, and never having had a legal response from the city that we can count on. I just don't feel comfortable giving a recommendation on what is being asked of us tonight at this point. I understand what you're saying. I'm saying what you're saying. I just think that I want to make sure we're not, inadvertently saying yes when we shouldn't, but I will stop.
So through the chair, maybe I'll just make a really brief comment. I agree with what Ms. Yee says and Mr. Barr says. I think the letter, I think, misconstrues thinking that we are chasing and trying to be consistent with an old specific plan, whereas the city is allowed to determine their general plan and what policies they would like to do, where they like to see housing, to be consistent with the prerogatives of the state and being consistent with that. So if it chooses to focus housing more in the core and leave greenfield areas alone, that is something that the city may do. And once that's done, then if development's proposed, then you make your specific plan consistent with that.
Okay, I'll make one last comment here. I love all the arguments and the answers and explanations. It makes a lot of sense. I think I would appreciate it if we got the opinion or the response from the city attorney's office before I'll feel comfortable making the recommendation. That's all, and I'm not sure if I'm the only one, so you might want to check in with my fellow commissioners on this one, but I do understand what you're saying. I absolutely do.
It is always a shock when you, if you are a family that's holding on to a piece of property thinking this is your future, and then find out that the setting has changed. And so it's naturally sort of unsettling. And I think the response is always to call out the legal team. And certainly there's a lot of area in the Tri-Valley where people have had large expanses of land wanting to develop them and then hitting a variety of roadblocks. And part of what is happening in the general plan is, the state is saying, stop adding roadblocks. And so this is one individual owner. And I kind of been leaning more in the direction of Commissioner Alpert, in the sense that, could we just get a little more reckoning on this? Because it does seem to impact just a single owner at this point anyways. Okay. Next item in the queue here. Thoughts on creeks?
Well, if I
You may.
correctly get there, I think you also had a recommendation on removing something, policy 8.3-I-15 on slope methodology and deferring to the zoning ordinance. I read as a recommendation. I'm totally fine with that. It seems like it'd be redundant. So, if you needed specific feedback on something you asked, that's it for me.
Sounds good.
Can I just ask one question, going back to the hillside residential? Are we limiting the type of residents though that would move into San Ramon who may not want to live in a more urban type environment, like in a downtown, so to speak, environment that we're building in the city core by not allowing hillside residential to possibly build out there at one point?
So the zoning ordinance has a number of different land use designations, all the way from resource conservation, hillside residential, all the way to very high density residential. So those land uses have been applied throughout the city in areas where we think are more appropriate for hillside residential, resource conservation, and then or rural conservation, and then other areas where very high density is more appropriate. This property is currently is undeveloped open space area. It was redesignated in the 2020 general plan as hillside residential when the property owners first approached the city and asked us to consider identifying that for hillside residential purposes. As part of the 2020 general plan, that was the change that the city made at the time. There are still other hillside residential properties throughout the planning area. So by removing the property from as hillside residential open space, yes, you are reducing the amount of area in the planning area that can be developed as hillside residential. But does it have the effect of eliminating that opportunity? There are still other opportunities on other zoning designations and properties that do exist that allow for hillside residential.
And just to confirm what Lauren said, this is actually outside of the city. And should they choose to pursue something, they have that as an avenue, but working with the county. Yeah.
I would also add that it's there's no utilities. This needs to be annexed into the utility districts as well. So, which is a challenge at elevation.
Yeah. Didn't say it would be easy, but they have an option. That's true. Yeah.
And there's also a major and a minor ridge line that run through the property too. So.
Okay. Creeks?
Through the chair. I just want to clarify, are you concerned with the aspect of like a concern that it's a taking?
Taking is not the correct verb. Okay. I am saying that if you are a longstanding property owner and you are thinking since the 2020 general plan that this hunk of land is going to be my gold mine, right? And now it's 2023 and all of a sudden you see this going like, wait, you changed this on me. That is, it's a shock to a lot of people. And if, as I would pretty familiar, at least I think I am, that the Geldermans have been here for quite a long time. And I can see why this would be something that would not settle well from their perspective as an entity changing the rules on them when they thought they had a pathway. So no, we're not taking it, but it would certainly give that appearance. And I will also follow up that most people in the city of San Ramon, as soon as you say open space, they're like, nobody can touch it ever. So that's the other concern that I have. You
Through
look
the
you
chair,
still look perplexed.
Yeah, if I may just to clarify, the Gelderman parcels, the three parcels that are identified are 3 amongst several hundred properties that we are upzoning or downzoning. So that's actually the land use map identifies a number of properties that we have show should be increased in density or allow residential development, such as we've talked about Church of the Valley tonight, or other parcels that we think are more appropriate for upzoning to allow for residential. And then there are some parcels that we've identified that because of the upzonings that are happening and the balance of land uses, there are some downzonings that are happening. In the end, we still will meet our no net loss requirement, but it's the change in zoning is not just limited to just these parcels. There are a number of properties that are also going to be downzoned, where maybe right now it's considered a mixed use designation in the general plan that will now go to office or commercial. And so I just wanted to make sure that's clarified. We did notice property owners that are direct notices to those property owners that we have identified that are having land use changes. This is just one of several hundred that are changing.
Okay, I'm going to follow up with one, I hope, last comment. Okay. Because what really struck me in your explanation there, as thorough and clear as it is, was the phrasing of we changed the zoning. And so it does not appear that this owner came to the city and said, we've changed our mind, you can do this. It appears as if the city, to use the phrase big brother, has made this decision and imposed it on this owner. And so that's really, that's what I'm hearing. And I'm not saying it's accurate. I'm just saying I can understand why the owner would feel imposed upon. Is that fair enough? Imposed upon. Nobody likes to be told what to do.
No, it's okay. Maybe we can, if the next item that I noted was some additional maps, the famous Deerwood Island, the Coyote Creek School that got built someplace else. I have no problem with those maps at all. We've seen these a few times and I think they're clear and they're all rational. I don't see any reason why we wouldn't want to keep those and just propose and not have to talk about them anymore.
I agree.
Okay.
Okay.
Now you can talk about creeks.
Talk about creeks. I'm not under the impression that we're threatening any creeks in this update. I think this is an evolution of improved map making skills, and so I can support the improvement.
I did have just a couple of questions. And I was looking at, so right now D54 talks about D54, I think, it talks about 100-foot setback and it has some rules about slopes and what you can do and all this other stuff. So is the recommendation that we but you also said there's still all those standards that apply. So maybe you could clarify what standards will apply. Is it just the 100-foot that we're working on, or or is that to be determined when we work on the zoning ordinance?
Yeah, so I recognize that it's quite complicated, all the different layers of policies that exist related to hillsides, creeks, and ridgelines. So I'll start kind of from the top. We have our open space conservation element that has general policies about open space and conservation. Within that element are figures. Specifically, we're talking about 8.2 and 8.3 tonight. 8.3 is the map that identifies resource management. And on that map shows ridge lines, hillsides, and creeks. And if they're identified as a hillside, ridgeline, or creek on figure 8-3, then the zoning ordinance development standards in 5.4 is what we would apply to any of the hillsides, ridgelines, or creeks that are shown on figure 8-3. So when we, how we would do it is, if let's say there's a proposed development within an area that's identified as a resource on figure 8-3, if there's a proposal to develop that property, we would apply all of the hillside, ridgeline, and creek standards that are in the zoning ordinance to that new development. So if it's within a certain distance of the ridgeline, the hillside and ridgeline section of zoning ordinance 5-4 would apply to that project. If it's a creek that's identified in figure 8-3, that's in that development, we would take the creek standards and the 100-foot setback and apply that to the new development that's in a resource area. If it's not identified on the map as a resource, and it's in a urban land area on figure 8-3, then the creek setbacks and the standards that are in 5-4 of the zoning ordinance do not apply, because 5-4 only applies to resources that are shown in 8-3. So hopefully that's clear. The 5-4 continues to remain in place in the zoning ordinance. We may be taking another look as we update our zoning ordinance. Occasionally, we always look at opportunities if there's more clarification or updates that are needed. We'll do that occasionally, but as of right now, those changes are only limited to figure 8-3. We're not making any edits to the zoning ordinance other than that strikeout that's identified under exemptions.
Okay, so make sure I understand. So a creek that is not on 8.3, if it looks like a creek, or I don't know how we define what is a creek that's not an 8.3 if it's not on the map, but I guess we'll get there. Do you anticipate us developing some version of standards? Because I think some of those standards also tie back to fish and wildlife and riparian, all this other stuff. So how do you see that playing out, I guess is the question. Creeks that are not on 8.3.
Creeks that are not on 8-3 continue to be subject to Fish and Wildlife regulations, Regional Water Quality Control Board, Army Corps of Engineers. Any development that occurs near or adjacent to creeks still are subject to regulatory requirements that apply to all creeks, regardless of whether they're on the map. And we also have development standards as far as hillside, creek stability, flood control, things like that continue to apply to any new development that's proposed near or adjacent to creeks. Specifically, though, we would not apply the 100-foot setback on creeks that are not shown on 8-3. So a classic example is a lot of homes along the Iron Horse Trail back up to a creek. Those homes obviously were developed at some point in time, but there's a creek behind it. Right now, the effect that it has is that if you have a home and potentially you want to add on to that home, and your house is clearly within 100 foot of the center line of that creek, it doesn't allow you to do any improvements outside of the footprint that currently exists, which is not, we believe, the intent of what originally 197 meant to be, is not to limit somebody who already owns a house that is a channelized creek that, has concrete that's been placed in that creek to create that channel. It's to allow for expansion of that home within the regulatory requirements that the state and local safety standards allow. So that's an example of what could potentially happen is that once we take that creek off of the 8-3 map along the Iron Horse Trail, because you are recognized as built urban land, that 100-foot setback now is no longer a limitation to you to improve on your property. You would still have to follow all the other regulations that are in place as part of any development review. But that 100-foot setback is not one that we would apply.
Okay, I don't think, I might have other questions, but not just.
No, I'm good. I'm not. It's very.
I guess my other question then is, and I think I know the answer, but I'll ask. We went through some significant discussions around a creek that may or may not be, won't be a creek in the future. And we created substantial analysis in the public record. Is anything that we said or did, and specifically around the Church of the Valley Creek, that is relevant to this proposed change that we need to be cautious of?
So when the decision that was made on that particular project at that point in time, when that decision was made, figure 8-3 recognized that the creek on that property as being a resource to be protected and required the 100-foot setback. So at the time that decision was made, it was based on the policies that existed at that point in time. If in the future there's a new proposal that's in place, we will look at the policies that are going to be in place at the time of when that project comes in. And if the change to figure 8-3 has been completed when they file an application, that will be the new policies that we will evaluate the project against. So anything that we've done previously, continues to apply to the old project until the policies change related to the site.
All right. Anything else, gentlemen? So does that give you the feedback on the 3 topics you needed for this part?
As it relates to figures 8-2 and 8-3.
Okay.
Right. And then Church of the Valley and non-retail, I think, are the next 2.
So I'm sorry to go back to this. I just happened to, I didn't print it, but I have it brought up. There are development standards related to creeks, and these may be superseded and controlled by some of the agency rules around there. And just as a sanity check, 7.A is alteration of natural features, no grading or filling or planting of exotic, non-native or riparian plant species. Language like that. I don't think our intent is, if there's a creek that's not on 8.3, that those guidelines or those standards are eliminated, or use of permeable surfaces, where feasible to minimize offsite flows. I don't think our intent is to eliminate those things. But my question, and the third one was, creek bank stabilization, trying to make sure the creeks don't fall apart. So I'm guessing my question is, those are all covered in some way by the external agencies that regulate creeks, so it doesn't have to default back down to our zoning ordinance.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, now I'm okay.
Okay. So I guess have we covered all the 3 things you needed? Talk about retail space.
Church of the Valley
Church of the
zoning.
Valley. Oh, sorry. Recommendation on Church of the Valley.
I guess my only question is, the recommendation is to go to medium density, correct?
That's right.
But there is already some of a existing medium high density residential in that area, correct?
Right.
The idea is go to medium density because it would blend in more with the back part of the property as opposed to the front part of the property. That's my understanding, correct?
Right. So the logic behind the recommendation, as we were looking at housing opportunity sites throughout the city and wanting to make sure that we had some distribution of housing opportunities on the east side and the west side of the city, this was one that we identified where there had previously been interest from the property owner to redevelop that property with some residential component. As we evaluated it in the housing element, because the changes hadn't been made to the creeks at the time of the housing element, we had some direction that we would be amending it, but we couldn't necessarily assume that the creeks would not be on the property. We looked at the best fit for land use designation and identified that right now it's adjacent to 3 to 6 dwelling units per acre, while there is existing 15 or 14 to 30, which is now being redesignated to 15 to 30, that there is a portion of the property adjacent to that. The transition on the property would best be suitable at 6 to 15 in the medium range. But, ultimately there are other land uses that exist adjacent to this property. And those could be considered as part of the land use update. It's just that with our housing element, we had originally identified how many units we had expected as a capacity on the property. And at the direction at the time with the housing element, we were comfortable with medium density as the target for this property. And so that's what we're carrying forward in this rezoning is the conversations that we had during the housing element update.
So then my question is, what other criteria were used besides the aesthetics that it would blend in with the neighborhood around it?
As far as the medium density residential, so this particular property was not identified as a low and very low income housing opportunity site. It was designated as potentially creating the above market or market rate units on the site. That typically lends itself to be more of a lower density product type. But ultimately there is an existing building on the property and other improvements that are on the property. And considering the limitations of what currently exists on the site that's already built, there's a certain development profile that seemed to relate better to the existing construction that already exists on site. And that lower density would be limited to just areas that probably are yet to be developed. And so the expectation with the site was that it would more than likely retain the church use, the parking associated with that left a relatively smaller area, not the whole site, to be redeveloped. And so because of the what was left over, that lower density was what was identified because of existing improvements that were on the property.
Thank you.
But the Church of Valley has requested the 15 to 30 designation. Okay. So the 15 would be the lower end of what they're asking for, but it would also represent the higher end of what the city is thinking of.
Right. So the request from the property owner is the next range up from what we're recommending. And so that's been that's what's up for discussion tonight.
Right. I'm just trying to, and then next to them is already a higher density. There's
So
townhouses.
Is it correct if a project came before us and it was had the proper mix of types of units, they would be eligible for a density bonus? And is there, so if they have an idea that it's instead of 6 to 15, they want to put 19, it's bigger than what it is, and but it's at the lower end, and they have the right mix of affordability, they could do that through state density bonus law?
Yes, so the city has adopted state density bonus in our zoning ordinance, which would allow for an increase beyond the range that has been established for the property. So right now, if we were to adopt a 6 to 15 range for the site, and the property owner were to identify a higher percentage of affordable units on that site, so rather than maybe the 15% that's required by the inclusionary ordinance, let's say they increase the affordability on the site that they're offering. By increasing the affordability under state density bonus law, the city's obligated to allow for an increase beyond the range that's established. So instead of 15, that could potentially go up to 19 or 20 or higher, depending on what amount of affordable units they're offering on that as part of their project.
Okay, thank you.
So just to take it one step further, if we were to change it from 15, instead of 16 to 15, if we were to do 15 to 30, that has a potential effect of, with the density bonus, going from 30 to 40 or potentially 45.
Right. And I think you've told us before, in order to qualify for the density bonus, you have to build at the top of the zoning. So if we went from 15 to 30, they'd have to start at 30 to qualify. Is that, I remember that correct?
From a density standpoint, they would have to be at least at the top of the range.
Yeah.
A project could still qualify for concessions and waivers as part of their project. If they were to request density bonus, they don't necessarily have to be at the top of the range, but they could ask for exceptions to things like parking or
Okay.
or garage or
Right.
guest stalls.
Okay. Well, I'm inclined to leave it as is, with the hope that the future project, when it comes, will qualify for a density bonus if it's a great project, and go up, as opposed to starting with the higher density, respecting the single family homes to the south and to the west, and yes, and partially to the north, I guess, but in general, I think I'm more inclined to start with what we've talked about before,
Sorry, I'm not the person who's advocating for the higher density, but I can see how in this particular area, as we've discussed the options for getting a higher density, I would agree with what the city is proposing. Sorry. Let me go.
Okay, so just to clarify a few things and some recommendation on the non-retail. So so what I understand from the letters and the study, that the retail shopping center owners are recommending that there should be some flexibility as to non-retail use, because that helps with the sales tax revenue, correct?
Partly because of retail tax, but also there's other factors that go into it. They've identified that the retail space has changed over time, and that the mix of uses needs more than what potentially more than what the 25% allow right now. The 25% that we've had in place has been in place since the city incorporated and had our first general plan in 1986. And as you're aware, with internet shopping and other things, that has greatly affected retail storefronts. And they're looking at an opportunity to have more flexibility in the makeup of a retail center. And after the study, potentially, we may still be at 25, we may be higher. Somebody has suggested in their letters, potentially 40%, maybe another number. We just haven't done that evaluation yet to determine what that should be. But
Where did the 25% come from? Like, why do we have 25% for?
I'm not sure back in 1986 why they had it.
For a long time, for a reason, right?
Yeah, and it's just it hasn't been updated. We've done several general plan updates. That's just one of the policies that have always remained. But I will say the advent of retail shopping has really changed significantly in the last 10 to 15 years. And so the last time we did our general plan update was 2015. It was kind of a not a full scale update. It was really more tied to the housing element update. But the last time that we really had a major general plan update was 2001, when we adopted the voter approved general plan. And so that policy, which was in place in 2001, since then, a lot of retail has, the shift in retail has changed tremendously.
So I'm looking at the language that you guys have proposed, and I find a little bit confusing because it says evaluate and update as needed the maximum allowable non-retail uses within the neighborhood or community shopping center. When you say evaluate and update, is that assuming that there's already a maximum allowable non-retail uses, or will you determine the maximum allowable non-retail uses? Shouldn't the word be evaluate and determine as needed the maximum allowable non-retail uses?
So we can take that suggestion. I think why we settled on this language is that, at least as a commissioner, or at least the conversations that we've had throughout this general plan process, is the city recognizes and values that there is a need to have a balance of retail and non-retail, and some ability to preserve the retail spaces. And likely you'll continue to carry a percentage in the zoning ordinance, rather than not stating a percentage at all, which would then be too subjective to enforce. So having a specific percentage is what we expect to continue to carry forward in the zoning ordinance. After doing all of the evaluation, we may be finding that percentage is a new number, not 25, but at least what we've heard in our past discussions is that we want to be able to have the ability to identify a percentage, provide an opportunity for a property owner to, through proper findings and a land use permit, increase that non-retail to a higher amount. And so we want to continue to have that mechanism in the zoning ordinance. We just have not quite settled on what that percentage should be.
So we are getting a percentage number from the zoning ordinance, right? And that is what the maximum allowable non-retail use is referring to, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then when you say exceed that limit, you're talking about the new limit determined, right?
Correct.
Because before the limit was 25%, but there's right now that'll be determined or evaluated, updated, and then, okay.
Right.
If we make the change to 22 as written, what would we do to the zoning ordinance at this time?
So at this time, no changes would result in, no change should be made to the zoning ordinance as a result of this policy change. It's not like the Creek one where you have to have the Creek map change and the zoning ordinance change. This one is because it's not specific to a percentage. If, let's say, this were to say change non-retail to 35%, then we would at the same time update the zoning ordinance to strike out 25% and put in 30 and pencil in 35%. But because this is directing us to evaluate and update as needed, that then gives us the ability with our zoning ordinance update that we're taking on at the beginning of the year to then look at what that percentage should be and adjust it with that zoning ordinance update. So no changes right now to the zoning ordinance.
So then somebody comes before us in a shopping center that's below 25 and they want to do perhaps a preschool at a former restaurant that goes over 25. Would that trigger the same findings that we did last time with this change? Because they would be going, is that right?
It would, because our zoning ordinance has yet to be changed. And so until that zoning ordinance is changed, any new applications we get until the zoning ordinance changes would still apply. So the findings that are currently in the zoning ordinance and the limitations will continue until we make that change to the ordinance.
Got it. Okay, that was my biggest concern, that we would be left in sort of a limbo while we change the wording of the, otherwise I was thinking of wording that would say the zoning ordinance changes until it no longer, until it's changed, but it sounds like it's already covered the way the two work together. Okay, I have no concerns now.
Yeah, I guess going back on Commissioner Alma, what he was saying, sort of the language, why wouldn't we just put in there the maximum allowable percentage of non-retail use of the total FAR within neighborhood? So that we know that we're going to determine a percentage at one point, as opposed to just leaving it allowable.
Well, the percentage is not based on the floor area ratio. The percentage is based on the square footage of the retail shopping center. They're two different measurements.
Where it says no more than 25% of the total FAR of the neighborhood. That's what 46I22 currently says.
Yeah, so that language mirrors the language that's currently in I-18. So that 25% of the total FAR is the same language that we replicated in I-22. All of our shopping centers, or the majority of our shopping centers currently, are single story, and so in effect, the 25% floor area ratio is the same because it's only all single story. So it has the same effective. And I know it gets confusing, FAR versus square footage, but when you have a single story development and you apply the 25% non-retail, because it's single story, it would only apply to 25% of that single story. So we don't currently have any other than city centers specifically, that are 2-story, and a few that are on Sarah Valley Boulevard that are kind of more office spaces. All of our shopping centers currently are single story. Now that could potentially change in the future, but by editing the policy to not be specific to floor area ratio or to square footage, we will then update the zoning ordinance to be specific about how the percentage is applied.
Then why not just put percentage of a non-retail use, so that we know that we're going to have a specific percentage that we're trying to get to, whether it's with FAR or not.
Through the chair, the way the standards worded in the code is it's ground floor retail uses is because again, dealing with a multi-structural thing, we typically allow for non-retail uses on second floor because that's not prime retail space. And so floor area ratio would not accomplish that. It would limit the center as a whole, all floors. So again, it's ground floor is the reference that we use in the zoning ordinance.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna be, I'm just wondering if maybe since the early 80s, the 25 number might be a better compromise, might be a 30 number, a 30%. I wouldn't go 35, I'd go 30%.
So through the chair, I'm a supporter of what the retail shopping centers, asked for, which they asked for is some thoughtful, thorough analysis on what to do with our shopping centers. And I think the city owes it to them to do the research and the diligence. And it may be 35, it may be 40, it may be something else, or there may become some mechanism, but I think to put a number in tonight, it would be doing a disservice to the city and to perhaps the shopping center owners at this point, yeah.
That is. I didn't hear any edits to the proposed I-22. Yes, so I'm gonna
Yeah,
assume that
it's
we're
good.
carrying forward with what staff's recommended.
Yeah, other than do it fast, but
Thank you.
yeah.
And we need a motion to continue to October 17th. Is that correct, Cindy? Thank you very much.
Second that motion.
Okay, and we're voting. Okay, yes. Okay, and so we have a 4-0 vote on this one. Gentlemen, is there an interest in a perhaps 5 to 7 minute standing break?
Sure.
All right, so we will take a 5-minute, no more than 7. It is currently 8:21, so back here at 8:28. is not that one. Sorry, 11.1. The draft, for those of you trying to follow the agenda, the draft inclusionary housing ordinance, and we have a report from staff.
Good evening, Vice Chair. Good evening, Commissioners. Tonight, we will be reviewing the proposed update to the inclusionary housing and affordable housing commercial linkage fee ordinance. For background, the current inclusionary housing ordinance was adopted in April of 2019. The city's housing element was certified by the State Housing and Community Development Department in January of this year. And the Program 8 of the housing element directs the city to review and revise our inclusionary housing and commercial linkage fee. Our goal is to update the ordinance in advance of the General Plan 2040 update and rezone. And so the draft went before the Housing Advisory Committee on August 31st. They reviewed the draft and the committee recommended adoption of the draft ordinance. So Housing Program 8 of the housing element directs the city to enhance the effectiveness of the inclusionary housing program by adding a must-build requirement for single-family development projects, offering flexible compliance with inclusionary requirements if deeper affordability options are being included, and reviewing and revising the fee structure for inclusionary in lieu fee and commercial linkage fee to facilitate on-site construction of affordable units. Tonight's focus will be on adding a must-build requirement for the single-family development projects, as well as increasing the affordability level. And staff will review and revise the fee structure at a later date. So here we have the minimum percentage of affordable units based on housing type and size. And specifically, we are revising the requirements for sale single-family detached units of 10 or more units. And so those projects would be required to provide 15% of the units constructed on site with the affordability allocation set at 20% for very low, 30% for low, and 50% for moderate. And you'll see that those requirements match the requirements that are for sale multifamily attached units of 10 or more units. So as an example, we have a project for sale single family project of 50 units, and under the current ordinance, the project would be required to provide 5 moderate income units or pay an in lieu fee equivalent to 10% of the total units. The revised ordinance would remove that in lieu fee option and would result in the construction of 8 affordable units. And here we have the calculation. The 8 units is 15% of the 50. That's rounded up from that 7.5. And that would result in 2 very low income units, 2 low income units, and 4 moderate income units. We're also proposing to increase the affordability term. Currently, the affordability term is set at 55 years for rental properties and 30 years for ownership properties. That does result or renews with each transfer in ownership. But the proposal is to increase that 30-year term to 55 years with the goal of retaining affordability in perpetuity. So in summary, the changes would remove the affordable in lieu fee option for sale single-family residential projects of 10 or more units while requiring the on-site construction of units, and increasing the affordability requirements for the single-family projects from 10% to 15%, and also increasing the affordability term for sale residential projects from 30 years to 55 years. And so today we're asking that you open the discussion and provide a recommendation to City Council.
Good. All right. So let me just make sure I've got the right steps here. Okay, do we want to discuss first or open for public comment?
Yeah.
All right, so let's see if there are public comments on this topic.
There are no speaker cards, no hands raised on Zoom, and no written public comment received.
Okay, so we will consider that closed. All right, gentlemen, questions first and then discussion.
Hi, how are you today?
Good.
Great. So I have a couple questions. So the math part of this, 10% of the development's total new residential livable square footage multiplied by the city's cost per square foot rate. How does that, can you give me some examples of actually how that's calculated and what would be the fee that would be brought in by that? Like if,
So the fee per gross livable square foot for single family or multifamily project under 10 units is set at $14.63 per gross livable square foot. The fee was based on a KMA study that was done in 2017.
okay. And how many current developments are with this impact, like as far as our single family for sale projects, do you know if that might be coming down the pipe that this would actually impact and change some of the things that they may have already proposed or looked at or developed? Do you know? Are you aware of any?
I'm not aware of any, although I figure we do anticipate some project submittals once the general plan and associated rezone has been adopted.
I have two more questions. The 55-year term, is that benchmarked or a best practice somewhere? Is that just a number that we decided that 55 sounded better than 30 or?
So what we've seen and based on feedback, the 30-year term can sometimes result in someone holding on to their home longer than they would have, just kind of waiting until that 30-year term is up before they sell. And so by increasing it to 55-year term, we would expect that the unit would be transferred within that time. And the 30-year gives someone, at 20 years, they may want to move out or may have aged out of that home, but may be choosing to stay in the home and wait out that 10 years so that they can then sell the unit at market rate.
So 55 is just a number that we, as a group or the housing chose as the mark. There was not like other cities or other places do this or anything to that nature.
Other jurisdictions also do use the 55-year.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
Sorry, through the chair, can I just add one more? It often mirrors the state's requirements of density bonus. So the state often uses 55 years. So that's
helpful. And then the last question I have is, what is the money that we collect from these fees? What do we use it for anyways? Like, what would we be losing out on? Does it just go to the general fund? Is it used for subsidizing housing in other places? What do we actually use the fees for?
The fee goes to our affordable housing fund, which is used and committed to the use by the city for the purpose of providing or supporting very low and moderate income ownership or rental housing in the city.
So the idea then is we no longer collect these fees, but we increase the amount of housing at low or very low or moderate. That would kind of wash each other out in that way.
Yes,
Makes
instead of getting the annual fee, we're getting the units constructed on site for the project.
Right.
And if I can add, at the rate our fee is currently right now, it does not cover the construction cost of a unit. So for the Summerhill project, for their single family, their fee out was just under $1 million. So the fee is so nominal, it really doesn't effectuate building affordable housing. The Aspen Wood project that the city committed $11 million to was due to a negotiated agreement through an initiative for the Free or Preserve project that's helping to pay that loan back at the end of this year. So we had some essential funds that were accumulated to do that one project, but the fee as it sits now won't give us the ability to do that. And so by the must build, then we are getting the units added to the inventory. That's not to say that the ordinances also provide for alternative compliance. So if developer does want the fee out, then that fee would be a negotiation through the entitlement process. And it could be much higher because there's not a set fee and it's a negotiation at that point in time.
Great, thank you. Thank you.
But as I read through the draft strike changes, the in lieu fee still is in this portion. Is that correct?
Only as an alternative compliance, but it's a negotiated fee at that point in time.
Less than 10.
Oh, and less than 10 units. I'm sorry. Thank you, Lauren. Yeah, less than 10 units would still fee out.
Okay,
Anything more, 10 or more, then they would be subject to the must build.
okay,
right.
okay, got it. Okay,
If there are less than 10 units constructed, then they can fee out. If it's 10 or more, then they are required to construct on-site or negotiate through alternative compliance for a fee.
great. Okay. So you are looking for our feedback on the various components. Go ahead.
Question, what items in the future will actually contribute to the Affordable Housing Fund? The under 10 for sale, that would, and then are there other opportunities to collect affordable fees? That would, I'm really trying to get to what's the evolution of our Affordable Housing Fund over time with this proposed change?
Sure, through the chair. The title of the ordinance or the section in the Muni Code is the Inclusionary Housing Ordinance and Commercial Linkage Fee Ordinance. So we have an inclusionary obligation for both residential and non-residential developments. We will continue to obtain fees through commercial development. There's a cost per square foot that's applied to each new non-residential development that's constructed in the city. So, and then depending on the type of land use that is, whether that's retail or hotel or industrial, they have different ranges that are in the fee schedule, but you will see funding of the housing fund through commercial linkage as we increase non-residential development. You'll see funding going into that.
And I think you also said that we're going to be evaluating the fee structure in the future, and that includes both the affordable housing as well as the commercial linkage, I assume?
Yes.
Because they both, okay, thank you.
Other questions? Other questions?
Just to clarify, can you just explain to me how these term years work? Okay. What does it signify to be a 55-year term?
So
Technology-wise.
the term is set in the affordable housing agreement. So once the property is purchased, they sign into the affordable housing agreement and it sets a 55-year affordable term. And that means that if the property is sold within that term, it would reset with the transfer in ownership.
Then also then be qualified as affordable owner.
Yes, the unit must be sold to an income qualified household, and then that person would also be subject to a new 55-year term and the same affordable requirements.
What happens if the unit burns down or some other kind of natural disaster? We hope it's insured
Through the
sufficiently.
chair, yeah, they're supposed to carry insurance as part of their, they sign an affordable housing agreement and they're supposed to carry certain coverages
Just
as part
wonder,
of that.
we want it to stand for a long time. Okay. All right, do we want to make a recommendation or how do we feel about this? I think we're still mulling it over.
Well, we've talked about getting units rather than money for a long time, but having the money allowed us to do something like Aspen Wood that, was pretty significant. And it did use affordable housing funds, and so that was the reason for my question. Over time, will we have a much smaller growing affordable housing fund because of this change? And it's not clear if we will or not. And I get that Faria really paid a lot of this Aspen Wood. And that was a sort of a special one-off. So I struggle a little bit because you hate to ever let somebody not provide units, but also You don't want builders not to come here and make affordable or make houses available for sale as a result of this, but I think on balance, I'm more inclined to go with the recommendation to require units to be built, but I am a little bit concerned about two things, what it will do to our affordable housing fund over time. And then secondly, will we start getting a different type of project coming before us because the developers just aren't inclined to build something where they know they have to do a 15% affordable, but I think on balance, the recommendation, seems to check more of the positive boxes than my concerns, but I would love to hear staff's, comment if my comments are valid or not.
What is the use of the fund that we have, or how is it used? What is the use of those funds?
You're the chair. If I can just expand on that. So currently, when funds are paid at the time of development, that's deposited into that affordable housing trust fund that we mentioned. That's adopted by ordinance. That impact fee then goes to fund projects that the city may see fit, such as potentially creating a first-time homebuyer assistance program. Our housing element actually directs a number of programs in it, and so there's a large list. We could buy down units to make them more affordable. We could use that funding to assist projects such as Aspenwood, because the dollar amount right now is so low, what we've seen is almost always a developer is choosing to pay the fee instead of build the units. And there's reason for that is because the fee is so low that the alternative is more expensive. And because of that, that's made us reevaluate whether or not this ordinance is having the effect that we would like. While we recognize that affordable housing funds will be reduced potentially because now properties will have to be actually constructed rather than a feeing out. We are seeing changes at the state and the county level. Alameda County in previous year, a couple of years ago, adopted a measure that required a set-aside fee for real estate transactions that of funding countywide that then would go into a pot of money that cities within that county could have access to. We're actually seeing that is in Contra Costa County pursuing a countywide measure that then would deposit money that can be redistributed through the county. So we still have access to housing funds such as community development block grants that we qualify for. There's the state has put out a lot of requests for funding, which we've been successfully getting to support some of our programs that we have in place. So the general plan update that we're doing, we're getting $54,000 to help with the environmental impact report that's needed to update our general plan. So there is funding that's available. We don't rely necessarily on that fund to support all of our programs, but as the example showed, instead of getting 5 moderate units, which normally somebody fees out at $15 a square foot, right, time of 10% of the total units, you're now going to get 8 units, 4 of which would be moderate, and then an additional number of low and very low units, which are the types of units that RENA is wanting us to build in order to meet our obligation. And so while having a fee is great and we can use that money, it just doesn't stretch far enough to actually create the units that RENA wants us to create.
Okay. All right. Okay. Other discussion? So I'll be honest, I was in the Housing Advisory Committee when I heard this the first time. I think I'm in favor of it. And I think it's a good move forward in actually getting the units built that we say we're committed to, and then we never seem to be able to get our hands on them. So that's my perspective on this, gentlemen.
No, I concur. I think it's the right way to go. I am a little concerned as what Commissioner Alper was saying is, will it bring different types of housing projects? Wanting to go from 10 to 15, if we looked at other 12, whatever it might have been, but I think it's the right thing to do, but yeah.
Okay. All right. Is that helpful? Did you get the answers you needed?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much. Okay. Whoop, sorry. All right, at this time, we will move to item 10.2. And I understand that Commissioner Curtis will have to recuse himself.
Yeah, that is correct. I am an employee of PG&E, and as a manager in the Human Resource Department at PG&E, who owns the property adjacent to the site. And also that is my work location and my office. I will have to recuse myself from the discussion of the Iron Horse project.
Okay.
So.
Thank you for your participation tonight. Pardon me. Okay. All right, we now will be hearing from Mr. Driscoll.
Good evening, Vice Chair Kuznick and Planning Commissioners. So this agenda item is for the Iron Horse Village Development Project. It's located at 3401 Crow Canyon Road. The project site is 9.5 acres in size. It constitutes 2 parcels at the corner of Crow Canyon Road and Alcosta Boulevard. The general plan designation is mixed use. The North Community Ramon specific plan designation is office mixed use, or OMU. The site here, as you can see on the slide aerial photo, the 2 parcels just north of the existing U.S. Post Office site. The post office site's not part of this project. It's adjacent to it. A little bit of background on the project site. The existing office buildings and development on the project site were developed in 1980. It was annexed into the city in 1986. In 2011, the city changed the general plan designation from office to the current designation mixed use. And in 2012, the city established the North Community Ramon specific plan in the existing office mixed use specific plan designation. So in terms of a little bit of background on this project, the applicant had submitted a preliminary housing development application and development plan application going back to February 2022, and through November 2022, staff reviewed those applications through a completeness review with the applicant. And during that time, we also, the city also received a concept development plan application that was voluntary, submitted for this project. The city took that voluntary concept review application to the Architecture Review Board on July 7th, 2022. And the applicant has since then incorporated revisions to the project based on the feedback received at that meeting from the ARB. So on February 13th, 2023, this year, the applicant responded to the outstanding incomplete items that were done in 2022, and they submitted a new, the subject preliminary housing development application. And then on March 31st, 2023, April 26th, 2023, they submitted the development application and associated applications under review tonight, prior to the expiration of a 180-day period since their preliminary housing development application submittal. On April 18th, 2023, the Planning Commission conducted a study session on this project, provided initial feedback to the applicant staff on the project applications. That was prior to the staff completeness determination. On April 28th, 2023, staff deemed the applications complete for processing Then on May 23, 2023, staff provided a compliance determination letter to the applicant stating the applications are consistent and in compliance with the applicable objective city standards. That letter is provided as an attachment to the staff report. In terms of the proposed project, I'll go over a little bit of the proposed project here. The applicant also has a presentation, can give a little more detail also. So this slide shows the site plan. They'll be demolishing the existing office buildings on site, about 212,000 square feet, all the existing parking, all the existing landscape, including 4 protected trees. They'll propose to construct 117 residential units. Of those 117, it will be broken out into 86 single-family for sale detached condos. The applicant has agreed to pay the affordable housing impact fee for those units. And then the remaining residential units will be 31 multifamily for sale condo units. And they'll be providing 15% below market rate affordable units for the multifamily portion of the project. There's also a non-residential component to the project. There's 8 live work units within the multifamily units. There is tandem parking designs in some of the garages throughout the development. The applications include the subdivision of the project site area. And there's also 39 on-street parking spaces for guests on the private roadway on the site. And I should mention too, since the site plan's up here, the primary access point will be off of Crow Canyon Road, right in, right out for vehicle pedestrian access. This site plan shows the live work units and their locations in the multifamily units. The commercial portion of the live work is on the ground floor of these units in the blue. There's some elevation plans provided in the applicant's project plans. These show some of the examples of some of the front elevations for the single family development on top, and the 7-plex, 8-plex buildings, the multifamily buildings on the bottom front elevations. Here's a proposed rendering from Crow Canyon Road in the project driveway, showing the multifamily units along Crow Canyon Road, and then the single family units are in the back. This is the proposed site plan, landscape plan with comprehensive landscape throughout. For the 4 protected trees that are removed, the applicant's providing all the replacement trees and more required by the zoning ordinance along the perimeter of the site, plus additional landscaping with trees throughout the middle. There's a internal walkway in the middle. There's a connection to the Ironhurst Trail, which is immediately adjacent to the west of the property. And there is a new tot lot and kind of seating area near the Ironhurst Trail on the bottom right of this site plan for the landscape. And I do want to mention there is an emergency vehicle access that is off of what's called G Court on this landscape plan that would provide only emergency vehicle access through the existing post office site with a gate. There also is a screen wall, 6-foot high screen wall all along the between this site, the project site, and the existing post office site that complies with the zoning standards for landscaping and design. So in terms of land use requirements, pursuant to the Housing Accountability Act, the applicant has chosen to process these applications under the existing general plan mixed use standards. So the zoning standards in North Community Ramon specific plan standards are more narrowly defined than the applicable objective general plan mixed use standards, and primarily related. There's limitations on residential and a prohibition on live work units in the specific plan. That's not in the general plan. And so the HAA, or Housing Accountability Act, states that this project cannot be found inconsistent with those zoning or North Community Ramon standards that are more narrowly defined than the general plan mixed use standards. So, so the project is subject to those general plan mixed use objective development standards, and then the remaining applicable North Community Ramon zoning standards. And it's spelled out a little bit more in our staff report. There's a table in there going through the development standards that identifies the standard and the compliance for the project. I'll go through a few of them here. This is in terms of the general plan mixed use, land use descriptions and objective standards. It is an integrated mix of residential and non-residential uses. Live work units are allowed in the general plan mixed use land use description. There's no minimum requirement for that. It's allowed as an option to more traditional retail commercial options. And the project does provide comply with the residential density range in the mixed use designation. The range is 14 to 30. It's providing 20 dwelling units per net project site acreage. And it does comply with the floor area ratio standard. The maximum is 0.7 allowed, and it's at 0.55. And then in terms of the additional North Community Ramon specific plan zoning standards, the project does comply with those standards with the draft conditions of approval. There is a requirement in the North Community Ramon specific plan for a minimum 20 dwelling units per acre, and it does comply with that. And it also complies with the housing element, identifies this site as a housing opportunity site, and identifies a minimum 20 dwelling units per acre for housing opportunity sites, and it provides that minimum. In terms of the height, the project is below the max 85 or 5-story height limit. It also exceeds the landscape requirement, minimum 15% required. They're at 36%. It also, in terms of parking, they're providing 338 parking spaces. There's a range. In the North Community Ramon specific plan for parking, there's a minimum of 286 that's required, max of 383. They're in the middle. And they're also exceeding the minimum 275 parking requirement in the zoning ordinance. In terms of the tandem parking design, the project does include a minor use permit that's consistent with the tandem parking dimensions and storage area requirements for that. So that's an overview of some of the development standards. I'm going to move on here to the recommended site access. So the project, the applicant has provided a traffic study provided by a traffic and parking traffic consultant. And it's been reviewed by our senior traffic engineer in terms of the alternatives analyzed for access to the site with the development. And this is the recommended site access on this slide. There'll be a right in, right out only into the project. So right in from Crow, right out onto Crow, so no left turns. There'll be a proposed U-turn pocket lane that's in the median that will be constructed, and it will be before the traffic light at Alcosta in Crow Canyon Road to allow turning before without interfering with the traffic operation there. And then there'll be a removal of the left turn into the PG&E site to the north, actually in Danville. But there'll be a median break to allow emergency vehicle traffic only to cross and make a left turn into the site if needed. City staff has had extensive discussions with the fire district, along with the project applicant and the design team and our senior traffic engineer about the design, and they support this recommended site access. The provided traffic study also provides some analysis on vehicle miles traveled. The existing proposed development is less than existing VMT for the existing development. And then there's also analysis related to a level of service that is the methodology and conclusions there are supported by our senior traffic engineer too. In terms of environmental review, an addendum to the North Community Ramon specific plan EIR has been prepared by our environmental consultant. It's in accordance with CEQA requirements. The environmental impacts of the proposed project remain within the impacts analyzed by the previous certified EIR for the specific plan in the prepared addendum for this project. As a compendum document, there's a mitigation monitoring reporting program, MMRP, that's been prepared, that's attached to the staff report in resolution to ensure compliance with the 14 mitigation measures that have been identified during project implementation. They're incorporated as conditions of approval to ensure compliance. So I wanted to spend a brief moment too. This project is subject to the Housing Accountability Act, kind of as we've been starting to talk about. As you may recall, it establishes strict limitations on the local government's authority to review a project such as this. And the key here is that it has to meet objective standards and some other requirements. Briefly, there's a maximum 5 public hearings or meetings allowed for this project review. The applicant has submitted a preliminary housing development application. The effect of that just means that it freezes the applicable standards, requirements, and fees as of February 13th, 2023, when that was submitted. And then what's key here is there's objective standards that have to be applied, that has to comply with, that are objective, quantifiable, written development standards, meaning no personal subjective judgment, uniformly verifiable, it either is or isn't complying, and has to facilitate the density permitted on site and as proposed with the project. So the staff report provided demonstrates the project does comply with the objective standards. The applicants provided that plans that also help demonstrate that. So as a result of that, we're recommending that the commission receive the staff report in presentation from the applicant, open the public comment, take public testimony, close public comment, discuss and deliberate and adopt the draft planning commission resolution number 11-23 approving project applications.
Okay. Any clarifying? Are we going to hear the applicant first? Yep. Let's hear the applicant.
So the applicant from Lennar Homes, Steve Garrett, is here. Let me pull up his presentation here. Hold on.
Oh, there we go. Okay, great. Good evening, Vice Chair Kuznick and members of the commission. My name is Steve Garrett. I'm with Lennar Homes. Our address is 2603 Camino Ramon here in San Ramon. First off, I'd like to start by thanking Ryan for his presentation and more importantly, all the efforts that he and Lauren and the rest of the city staff have provided over the past year or so when we've been working through this application. We're very appreciative of all the professionalism and the efforts that they brought forth. We'd probably like to start by saying that we are in agreement with the recommendation of staff and we're in agreement with the resolution and with the conditions of approval, although there is one condition, I've got one request to make and I'll get to it towards the end of my presentation, but it's just a small modification. But we came to you for a study session, as Ryan pointed out a few months ago, and we heard you as to some of the recommendations and concerns that you brought forward. And we believe that we have addressed those and as many as we can, not necessarily all of them. But the first thing that we heard was a lack of safety on Crow Canyon Road, and that was, let me get to slide 1. So there was a concern. We had I don't know if you recall, but we had an open range fence, and there was a concern that, you know, a child perhaps could climb through that, get out onto Crow Canyon Road, and, you know, obviously there could be an accident. So in response to that, we removed that fencing, replaced it with an wrought iron picket fence that you see here. And then also another concern was that when you got to the edge of the entrance where Crow Canyon Road and the entrance to the community was that was kind of close. So we made that sign back at an angle and went ahead and connected the wrought iron fence to that again to kind of add and enhance safety. So, and then there was just kind of a concerns about how it related to the overall community. And we've created some slides here to give you a flavor for what that means. So as you go up Crow Canyon Road towards Al Costa, as we all know, there's an uphill gradient there, slight, but nevertheless it's there. And we're just showing you here with these slides how we've continued the fencing. There are some retaining walls. And then you can see at the bottom how pedestrians and visitors get to and from the community. So it's with this slide, and I think there's one other one that may show you. Let me see here. Yeah, slide 3, and I believe it was view 4 was the other one. I'm getting too far ahead of myself here, but that's how we address that issue. The other thing people wanted was, or some of you wanted rather, was a better understanding of the linear park and the park features. And there was a suggestion that since we do have a lot of typically young people, that we change the park from what was going to be more of an adult-oriented park use to more of a something that kids could use. And then we also wanted to celebrate the proximity to the Iron Horse trail and what was an old railroad track, and do a play structure that has kind of a railroad theme to it. So that's one of the changes that we also made in response to your comments. And then here's another view of it, kind of how it fits into the development and the overall community. And then another comment was, again, the view. We have a linear park in the center of the community. It's about 1.5 acres. And there were some questions about kind of what the views felt like from that linear park. And that's what this slide is intending to do. And then the last part that came up was some concern about the side of the remaining postal USPS building, was that it was kind of blank in nature and kind of what sort of visual ways we could soften it. So one thing we wanted to point out here with this slide is the homes are about 30 feet high. That's roughly the equivalent of the height of that wall that for the USPS sits on. So essentially the homes are going to overshadow that, and you won't be able to see that blank wall from there, in large part due to the homes. And then the balance in the motor courts, you can see as you look to the end there, we're softening that with landscaping. And then the other things that came up had to do with some floor plan comments, and the first ones were on the LiveWorks. Let me go to those slides. Let's see here. Wait a second. I think I may have overshot this. Okay, so the first floor that you see there over to would be my right, the one that's the light purple. That is the LiveWork floor plan. And there was some concern about security for somebody that had a business there when they had visitors. So a couple of things that we've done based on those comments. The first thing we've got is a window up front there as you get to the porch, a small window. The second thing is you've got a private doorway into the LiveWork unit. And the third thing is, as you get to the top of that stair, we added a door in there. So it is kind of a completely self-contained area now. And that's the way we've responded to that concern and comment. And then the other comment we had on the detached homes, and I can jump ahead to those floor plans. Was direct access to the rear yards. Previously in the floor plans, your direct access was via that downstairs room. It doesn't necessarily have to be a bedroom, but it's shown here as a bedroom and furnished that way. But we've added that side door so you can get there from the side on all three of the floor plans. Here's the plan 1. There it is on the plan 2 or plan 3 rather, I'm sorry. And there it is on the plan 2. So we've got access on all of them to that side yard area. So those were sort of the concerns that we had last time, and that's how we've addressed them. In addition to that, I wanted to bring up condition 24, and that has to do with the design of the parking lot on the USPS property, not on our property. We've been working with the USPS in good faith. They've been good to work with. However, the Postal Service, I'm sure we've all been reading that they have got some financial challenges that they're faced with. And so they've been challenged with, trying to do things more efficiently. So they've been receptive to our plan for the parking lot, and that's what's been in the condition of approval. But they are a federal agency. They do have their own land use rights and how they control their property. And so they may come back and want to do something a little different. We don't anticipate that. Like I said, they have been favorably disposed towards what we gave them, but we would like to have some latitude, and we'd like to place that latitude in the hands of the planning director to determine, if those efforts have been made by us in good faith, and if the planning staff would like, they could certainly talk to the Postal Service if it came down to a point where we were at an impasse or something. So that concludes my presentation. I'll open it up for questions, and we can go from there.
Questions?
Could you go back to the slide that showed what you did for safety, the fence you have there,
Sure.
the height, and can you describe the fence and go a little more detail on that for us?
It's a wrought iron picket fence.
And how tall is it?
Oh, it's probably about 4 feet. I don't have the exact dimension. I'm sorry, I don't have that with me. But it's about 4 feet in height. The pickets are close together, so a young kid couldn't squeeze through there. I've seen them before. It would have to be more of a teenager to kind of jump that fence very easily. So somebody that would probably have enough, let's say, common sense to not do that if they were trying to jump out into traffic or something.
And that fence starts from the corner and goes on till where?
It wraps around onto Al Costa. So let's see here. Let's see if I can. So you can't see it from this slide, but it's right along Crow Canyon Road. And it continues along and it terminates. I'll have to go back to the land plan to see where it terminates. It should terminate where the homes are, but let me see if I can get a better handle on that. Let me see if we got a slide. Robert, do you know off the top of your head where that terminates? I think it terminates where the single family homes are, but I don't have the exact spot.
Go back to the site.
There we go.
Yeah, I believe Robert Lee with WHA Architects, I believe the tubular fence would terminate. Right now, this line represents kind of the retaining wall. So the tubular fence is a couple of feet behind that. It will wrap all the way around Acosta, and then probably terminate at the perimeter wall that's at the USPS border. So kind of tie that in, because there will be a 6-foot block wall along the edge of the USPS area. So that would enclose our site in from Al Costa down to the entry point off of Crow Canyon.
Is that where the emergency access is?
Correct. The emergency EVA will have a separate gate for the fire access. So there won't be any kind of immediate vehicle access through that. And then there's also a service gate for the post office if they want to enter this, to maintain their edge at the building in the future. There's a 15-foot easement that will allow the U.S. Post Office to have maintenance ability on that side. So the buildings, the residential single family are 15-foot separated from the USPS structure. And there is only one of the motor court that looks down towards the USPS building, which we show you that little perspective. And the other one's kind of open to the parking lot up. I don't know if you can see a I guess it doesn't have a cursor. But the first two motor courts, one with the EVA and the one right below it, would terminate and open out towards the parking lot of the USPS.
Yeah, that's where I've got that. So
Yeah.
that's where we have a wall.
Does it open out? How does it open out?
It doesn't, it's a solid wall. There's a gate, there's a maintenance gate there that Robert was talking to, where the motor court is. That's for just for the USPS if they ever needed to maintain that wall on the building. It's not something that our homeowners will need. It's just something that they will need. And to be honest with you, I don't know of a need that they would have on a short-term basis. It might be more of a long-term need, like painting that wall or something of that nature. And then the other is the EVA that connects into the existing parking lot.
So is my understanding correct that there's only one entrance and one exit still?
That's correct. Well, there's an EVA, but yeah, there is only one entrance, which is what's existing on the property right now.
I understand, but no, we don't have hope there right now.
Right.
And if so, if there's an accident in that sort of driveway or the entrance, what do you do?
The homeowners would have access through that EVA and that gate. That gate would work both ways.
Can you show me where the gate is again?
The gate is, where's the pointer here? Oh, okay, never. Okay, the gate is right here.
And that opens into the parking lot, right?
Yeah.
It's a,
Mailbox.
it's a linear gate, so it doesn't open into either side. It's a linear gate.
Got it,
Okay, okay.
I have a question for staff though. If there are 5 hearings required, or can not
Minimum.
required,
Max.
can be taking place. Why do we have why do we have a resolution today?
The 5 public hearing limit is the maximum that's allowed under HAA.
This is the first public hearing,
Yes.
so we can have 5. public
Total for the
hearings.
whole city review, including any appeals with the city council.
The
So-
rule is they give us 4. And then they reserve 1 for the city council in
So,
case.
so technically, we are counting the workshop that was held during the incompleteness phase as a hearing because it was mandated by the city. So it's a very conservative interpretation. But so technically, this would be the second hearing.
So the staff report says this is the first of 5 allowed. So the staff report's incorrect. Is that right?
Yeah, we had some further discussions this morning about that.
So we're allowed tonight plus 2 others. It would be 3 for the planning commission. Is that right now?
Yes, and
Okay.
then 1 for city council. Yeah.
Okay. And then the ARB, does that count as a public hearing?
That was before they filed formally.
That was
Yeah.
the concept.
That was a voluntary one. Yeah.
Okay. So this is a new interpretation of the
Yeah.
Permit Streamlining Act, I guess. Since
Of
we-
our policy.
Of our
Yeah,
policy.
yeah,
Okay. I have, do you want to do public comment before we can hear questions?
Sure.
Let me do that.
Okay. Do we have any public comment at this time? We will open public comment. Do we have any speaker cards?
No speaker cards, but we do have hands raised on Zoom. and
Very
no
good.
Written public comment received.
Okay. Shall we proceed?
Mohsen Haydari.
Go ahead. At this point, we are not hearing you. Do we have some technical magic we can try here?
I've asked him to unmute. He's unmuted, but I don't hear anything.
Okay. Can we ask him to try again and then are there other people waiting?
Just one more.
Okay.
Call in user 2.
Hi, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay, I did raise my hand for the last item, but I wasn't called. But anyways, I want to address and focus on this item first. First of all, to the applicant, the color palettes of your project is very pleasing. So compliment to you. I do have some concerns in terms of traffic flow when there's lots of cars trying to exit this community, transporting kids to school. Do you anticipate some cars might end up jamming, overflowing slantedly, or like out of order because of the limitation of the space blocking major streets like Crow Canyon and therefore obstructing the entire traffic flow? How can you, wind a little bit tighter, so to speak, inside this community for exit and, entering purposes so that the traffic flow jam can be, minimized? Also, I am a victim of poorly fence design by the builder in San Ramon. And, as we have more diversity living here, you just cannot define what is common sense. And that goes to their parents as well. I really highly recommend that you put up 12 feet walls, because the last thing I want is to do emergency brake for any teens hopping out of your wall or kill someone. And usually the parents are the ones who luck out because they will be able to get a lot of money. God forbid, if I should run over one, they walk away with lots of money and my entire life is ruined. So I really highly recommend that you need to deter the teens and not the little kids. The little kids actually know better. Also, USPS parking. I'm also a victim of poorly designed parking spaces. I'm just afraid that a lot of your residents will own multiple cars, and then it will overflow to USPS parking lots. And then when we go to try to mail something around Thanksgiving or Christmas time, that we're all going to be like throwing eggs at each other. And there wasn't enough disclosure about what that is going to look like for the rest of the residents. So I would like to have more disclosure and clarification on that part in the future as well. But otherwise, really good looking, homes. And I think whoever is able to live inside should feel very happy. It's, how to make sure the outside also works harmoniously. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me try our other color. Sure.
Mohsen Haydari.
We are unable to hear you. If you can unmute at your end, we're ready to hear your comment. I'm very sorry. Your phone call is not coming in. I apologize. We'll give you another minute or so. Maybe not a minute, 30 seconds. A minute's a long time.
They signed off.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your efforts over there. All right, so we will close public comments. All right, commissioners. Pardon me. Who would like to go first?
I guess I have a question for Lennar first. Just do you own the property that is on the post office site in addition to the one you're building on?
No, so there's two properties. A company called Neuron owns the property, which is the property that we're developing that you see on this site plan. And then directly adjacent, the USPS owns that piece. So
Okay.
the essentially the post office we all know and see and use and all that good stuff and the parking around it, that is owned by the USPS.
Got it. Okay. You made a comment that made me wonder on that modification of that one condition of approval, that while you'll do everything you can to do what you need to in the parking lot there, ultimately the post office is the post office, and that you might need to defer to the, planning division manager to evaluate or however it works. Does that concern carry over to the EV access that you're providing?
No, they're supportive of the EV access.
Okay.
What they want to see is, they don't want to have, their property to be a cut through for our future homeowners and vice versa. So that's their primary concern. And then they also don't want to see parking, to be any issues with respect to parking. So those are kind of the overall concerns.
Okay, so their concerns, make sure I understood, their concerns were residents using the post office parking lot to enter or exit the project. is
Right,
one.
as a secondary point
Okay.
of traffic and
Okay.
access. And then also potentially parking there.
And then,
when
oh,
they
yeah,
shouldn't be.
parking when they should.
Yeah.
Okay, I find it interesting because today the office parking lot and their parking lot, there's no separation between the two of them.
Well, what happened was the history of the property is they had a reciprocal easement between the two of them, and they were both commercial uses, and they're both well parked. And so there just never was any, they both kind of had the same uses and the same goals, and they never had really much in the way of issue.
Right.
But with the residential use, again, there's just concern of say our homeowners, instead of going out onto Crow Canyon, going back through their parking lot every day and that kind of
Right,
thing.
right, yeah, and actually the signs in the business park is no post office parking, so I think the business owner was more concerned about the post office customers for some reason. Which brings up a question. Last time we all expressed concern, and we'll chat with the traffic study in a second, but we did all, I think, unanimously suggest that there be a second entrance exit off of Al Costa. Can
We
you comment
looked
on
at that, and so the real problem with that is you've got a grade change for where the existing parking lot and where the homes would go, and Al Costa on the order of 15 feet. So if we were to build some kind of if it's say a 10% slope, it would be the maximum for that street. That's what all the fire will allow, and it's in one of the conditions of approval. So if you were to do that, you'd probably lose over 20 homes.
Mhm.
So
And-
it just renders the project unfeasible.
Okay, and then the option of including an access driveway through the post office project, how did that, I assume the negotiations or discussions did not go well.
Well, the driveway through the post office is the EVA issue that we just discussed.
Right, but not having it just as EVA, but for the residents, was that
That
considered?
would be the same. So then we would literally just take the gate off.
Right.
And then people could freely go back and forth, and they don't want that.
They don't want that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's their property, and
Okay,
yeah, so.
I understand. Okay. I think those are the questions on, thank you for your time, but I will have questions on the traffic study if we're ready to go there and everything like that.
We're not done yet.
Good way to get some exercise, right?
That's right. That's right. Okay, so I'm going back to this gate. Okay. Yeah, is the gate on your property or is it on the postal property?
Well, I'd say it's roughly right on the property line. It's
Okay, who owns the gate?
the
Who-
HOA would.
The HOA. So what if the HOA, pardon me, just decided to abandon the gate?
We're working on a reciprocal easement with the postal service, and we would give them access and entry rights and self-help rights to get in and fix that gate and replace it.
Right now, on that property, there is no limitation between the two parking lots. And most, I think the post office opens what, at 9 o'clock? More or less, 9 o'clock. It does not seem as if the post office has a clear appreciation for the hours of most people getting up and going to work or returning home. That would necessitate this gate. And I'm wondering why all of our, reasonable concerns for safety and access are all predicated because the post office just doesn't like it.
Well, it is their property. And
Right.
they can, the use on our side is changing. And they have the right to say, look, I've got some concerns here about parking and about traffic and our property being used as a cut through, if you will. And so we don't want that happening. But the other big concern is overflow parking into their parking lot that stays overnight. So those are the concerns they have. And I think those are legitimate concerns.
They can have their concerns, but I'm wondering why their rights trump the health and safety of your potential homeowners.
I'm not sure how it trumps their health. And as
Well,
regards.
let me just cite the recent episode in Lahaina. Okay, we all need to be way more conscious and conscientious about access and how we manage this. These
But
are already
if
private
there-
streets. They're quite narrow. So please.
If there was an emergency, they could get through that gate, no problem. There's no problem at all getting through that gate. The fire department has looked at it. They've reviewed it. The fire department has looked at the streets and the turning radiuses. These homes I would suggest are much, much different from a Lahaina condition. The reason I say that is they are all fire sprinklered. It's modern, new construction. And we all know those buildings in Lahaina were, in some
Correct.
cases quite old. So it's a different comparison that's being made.
But currently, the post office does not object to what was previously, office people driving through their parking lot to exit out onto Acosta.
I guess in the current condition, they probably don't object, but I can tell you I've worked here for 20 years and I drive by that property almost every day for that 20-year period. And I also had a friend of my daughter's that was an intern at PG&E one summer, and I picked her up 2 nights a week to bring her home. And the cars all routinely went out onto Crow Canyon. So I don't think there was much of an overlap or an issue where there were problems with people going back and forth. So that may be part of the reason why there were no concerns.
Okay. I have many more, but just to stay on topic here. No, we're on access.
We had talked about last time on guest parking. There was something I remember vaguely. There's some discussion about parking on the Iron Horse Trail area somewhere there, is it correct?
No, we're not parking on the Iron Horse Trail.
There were 25 spots somewhere. I'm trying to figure out where they were.
We've got a parking diagram there, and basically, we do exceed the city's parking requirements.
Yeah. So how are you gonna avoid people parking at the post office?
They can't get through. There's a wall there.
They'll have to walk all the way down. Come into the subdivision.
We don't, it's not allowed for them to park there, so they would get towed. Because it's very, very inconvenient. It would be a quite a long walk.
My question is like, how long a walk is like?
Well-
There's no access point. You have to walk all the way to Crow Canyon, the one entry point.
The community is adequately parked as it is. It's over parked. So that there's adequate parking that's there. If somebody wants to park it,
There's enough guest parking.
yes.
Park at PG&E. Walk across the trail.
Yeah. And what about, I haven't, in practice speaking, I hadn't had time to absorb everything in a big package. Maybe a big package going overall. What was school system, schools like Iron Horse, they have capacity to like absorb all these kids or?
Yes, that the school district saw the application, they reviewed it and commented it, and they have capacity for the kids.
I just need more time. To absorb everything.
Yeah.
Thinking through the-
Right. So one of the things we asked you to think about doing was flipping the front doors away from Crook Canyon Road and put the access road up against Crow and move the buildings. And again, this is one of these areas that I'm trying to picture this later on. So as you look at your townhouses and you have this nice balcony, and it's a, lovely summer evening, you're going to sit on your balcony with your nice glass of wine. And there is your, oh so lovely view of the speeding traffic along Crook Canyon Road. Really? I mean,
people live in more urban environments now, and I don't see a problem. So I don't see a problem with that type of an arrangement. And we sell a lot of homes to a lot of people. And last time we heard a lot of your concerns about the floor plans and the way they operate, and we changed them. But we also heard some of your other comments, and we sell an awful lot of homes, and we think we have a pretty good handle on what our home buyers want. And we think that the community, the way we've designed it and the way we've laid it out, is something that they're going to like and they're going to want to live in.
Okay. So I think we all recognize, objective standards, and we're playing within those rules. At least I know that's important. And if we don't have an objective standard that states thou shalt not have, or thou shalt have, we really can't comment on it, even though it might feel good. But I have some questions, I think for, a couple of easy ones, I think, and it might be for Ryan. The net acreage calculations, we start at 9.5 and we do a deduct to get to around 5.9. I guess my question is, it was hard to tell what got deducted, on the rows like that. My generic question, are we doing this calculation in the same manner that we did, say, for instance, at the marketplace? We're subtracting the same non-usable space to come up to the calculation. It's really more of a consistency of how we do things question.
The answer is yes. It's the same as a marketplace development. I do have an exhibit I can show you.
Yeah, I got the answer I was hoping to get. That. Thank you.
This is an annotated plan from the applicant, showing the colored areas, the green, red, yellow, and blue are all the easements, unbuildable areas, streets, right away, that are all netted out. In compliance with our net acreage.
That's really helpful. Thank you for putting that together. That's really helpful. It helps. The second question is really more of another, the in lieu fees to the city's affordable housing fund. I seem to recall that we generally, and I might have missed it, so I apologize, Ryan, if I did, that we generally see that in the staff report at some point what the anticipated affordable housing fees are. I don't know, recall.
The actual amount, I can provide a rough estimate, but it could potentially change a little bit, but
sure.
Based on the plans here, it's about $375,000.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. My next question is there a SB 330 acceptable objective criteria, methodology, standard to evaluate safety on a project, specifically around entrance and exit and traffic circulation?
We have what's in our zoning ordinance for certain elements such as driveway design or, radiuses. There are other elements like areas within improvements within the right of way. I don't know if you're referring to that or on site.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if I'm able to get technical enough, but in general, there were 4 options described in the traffic study for entering and exiting the project. And as I recall, all of the analysis was traffic or VTM or level of service, but I don't recall seeing any, again, objective, quantifiable SB 330 legal method evaluating option 1 versus 2 versus 3 versus 4 from a safety standpoint of those that are either on Crow Canyon driving, those need to get to the project, or those that need to exit the project. And I guess my question is, do those standards exist for us to evaluate those 4 options?
So I think you're referring to in the traffic study, there is some alternatives provided regarding site access, about 4. And there's even some variations on those. There are, I mentioned there are some standards for like on the site in the zoning ordinance, but when it comes to the description there, the alternatives and those were right-of-way improvements primarily. We rely on the experts, our senior traffic engineer and the applicant's consultant to provide the analysis. And that's what's in the traffic study.
Okay, and I see you're here tonight.
Yeah.
So I read the staff report that said this traffic engineer supports the recommendation of 2B, 2C, whatever one it was, but there was no explanation of how those options were evaluated by the expert to come to that conclusion that this is meets whatever general plan, which doesn't sound like there's a lot of things there other than perhaps you don't put traffic lights within 50 feet of each other or whatever it is. But there was no discussion of how those options were evaluated and led to the conclusion comment, which was a conclusionary comment. The traffic engineer reviewed and supports the recommendation. I guess that's my question.
I may turn over to our senior traffic
Fair enough.
engineer, Deb Fear, but I just generally they're very site specific, and there isn't what we call objective design standards for some of these elements, and it is very project specific. So I'll turn over to Deb here.
Objective standard. Good evening. Hi. Of course. There related to SB 33, I don't think there's any correlation between any circulation or safety criteria per se. I mean, I have heard of no requirements for that. As far as analysis, the traffic analysis goes through some of the steps on why we selected the alternative that we did. It's not like looking at level of service. You don't get a quantitative result. It's more qualitative. Our general plan has a policy that limits access onto arterials. So we were, looking at that. And then also thinking about the future when the Crow Canyon overcrossing is going to go in. So that signal is meant to go away. Then there would be no need to have a signal there because it wouldn't meet any of the warrants for a traffic signal. And crossing that many lanes of traffic with an uncontrolled intersection is not recommended in the industry for various safety reasons. And we looked at like within all the options, all the different conflicting movements you know, with left turns and right turns, you know, in and out and, you know, with the driveway across the street. We looked at gaps in traffic and how those movements would be served, you know, if they would or wouldn't be served, and which would be the best option with the gaps that we have. And then, yeah, ultimately we worked with fire to find a really good alternative. You know, because with the one alternative we were looking at, they didn't like it. And it also had some elements that, you know, we really weren't that happy with. But the alternative that we eventually chose, we feel is the safest option. It doesn't disrupt the signal at El Costa. You know, if we put a U-turn at that signal, it would create more delay. You know, and create a lot more capacity related issues if we installed a U-turn there. So what we're, you know, proposing is that you know, left turn, U-turn, or pocket that you make the U-turn in. Michigan has been doing this for years, since like the 1960s. And compared to putting, you know, the left turn at a signalized intersection, putting it in, you know, like a mid block like this one, it's much safer. You know, they have studies that show that. So those are the reasons that we chose this option.
Okay, so I'm following mostly. So I'm going to just read the base part of alternative 3A, but I know you tweaked 3A to get to 3C, but the language is the same on this part. U-turning vehicles would be required to find adequate gaps in traffic to make the U-turn movement. So that find adequate gaps feels like a bit of a guess, and I'm hoping that there's some more quantitative or some analysis that said there are plenty of gaps for people to make a safe U-turn. And then the next sentence was with the nearby signal. I'm not sure what signal that is. If it's the one at the Iron Horse Trail, we've already assumed it's gone.
It's the one at El Costa.
It's on, well, the other, no, this is the U-turn that you're going when you want to come out of the project and want to get on the freeway. So I'm assuming that must then not be Iron Horse Trail. It must be Camino Ramon then, you know, is where we're
No, it would
talking
be
then.
El Costa.
Yeah.
Because you have to go up the hill, flip
Yeah.
the U to go
Well, let me
down.
finish here. So this is, you turned right out of the project and you really want to get on the freeway. You're going to make a mid-block U-turn.
Yes.
And the right way I read this is with the nearby signal, short natural breaks in traffic. So, okay, again, it's El Costa. Okay. And then adequate distance of 200 feet is provided for vehicles to judge gaps in traffic. And the language there just feels rather soft in the analysis of just the safety part of it. Not, you know, I get that it's probably technically feasible. And that's why my question is, how do we evaluate the gaps or we, you know, that's where I'm really coming from on this, because I'm anticipating, you know, cars wanting to leave home, and they're probably going to have, since the size of the homes are so large, they're likely to have not just two adults, but two adults and some kids that eventually become lousy teenage drivers, or maybe good teenage drivers. I don't know. But anyways, that's what I was trying to make sure that I understood how you thought through that option and concluded, yes, it is truly safe. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, with traffic signals, you're always going to have a gap, you know, before or you know, like after, because of the operation of the traffic signal. So when the traffic going westbound, so it's the westbound through, they're going to stop. You're going to get a little break in traffic before the northbound left turn from El Costa gets on the roadway. And then when that ends, you're going to get another gap in traffic. Between, you know, those gaps, there'll be plenty of time for people to make U-turns.
Okay. And are we also assuming the completion of the Crow Canyon where we've widened the road and we're now to 3 lanes versus the 2? And does that play into your analysis at all?
Oh, well, no, because, you know, where the driveway is located right now, the geometry of the roadway isn't changing. The geometry of the roadway is changing, you know, past Tahiti. You know, the lanes on Crow from El Costa, or from Tahiti to El Costa, you know, and to the west, that all stays the same.
Okay.
And so, you know, we really didn't take that into consideration.
Okay. And then the thinking on not allowing people to make the U-turn up at Al Costa, could you go through the analysis again on that? You know, it wasn't.
So there is actually a level of service analysis that shows that, you know, there will be a degradation in the level of service. It's a very costly modification is one. It will also modify the operation of the intersection in such a way that it will create more congestion, because it's going to cause the traffic going westbound through to wait longer, because now they're going to have to wait for the U-turns. And it'll also create a longer cycle length. So now we're going to have to go and program the whole segment from Tahiti to San Ramon Valley Boulevard, because of the change in the cycle length and the operation. This was the most logical option. You know, it creates a less of a less hurdles to jump through.
So maybe my words, implementation is a lot harder, a lot more expensive, and will inconvenience people going westbound because they'll have to wait a little longer to.
Westbound, making left turn, you know, the whole intersection will be affected if we install a U-turn there.
Would it be safer?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. I think that's it for now.
Can you explain? I think I saw it in the picture, but I could be wrong. If I'm coming down Crow Canyon Road westbound, how do I get into my housing development?
You go down to Camino Ramon and make a U-turn and come back.
Okay, so this is
You have to go down to Camino Ramon, make a U-turn and come back. That's currently the way it operates.
I'll ask another question. No, you're doing great. Thank you for answering our questions. The entrance into the project from, again, my direction's right, westbound, I'm doing pretty good so far, except for the screw up on Al Costa versus Camino Ramon on the traffic light. So the EV change that became 3C, which allowed only EV to come into the project. I didn't quite understand what the recommendation was to ensure people don't drive through it, you know?
So what we discussed is we're going to use some sort of like a cobblestone, something that the fire trucks can easily traverse, something that would be very uncomfortable for a vehicle, you know, like a regular vehicle to go over. And it'll also look like it's not traversable. It'll also be signed to prohibit you know, anything but emergency vehicles from using that. So that way, you know, PD can ticket people.
Gotcha. Okay. And this isn't a traffic question, but it might be it is a city question, obviously. the landscape plan for Crow Canyon from the mid-block U-turn, is there a landscape median? And what I'm asking is, you know, visibility for folks that are sitting in that new turn lane in the middle of block, that is there stuff in the median ahead of them that they'll have to like peek around, or what is on that road there?
When we get the design plans, we will definitely review that to make sure that there's adequate site distance and it
Yeah.
meets all the site distance
Yeah.
requirements.
Because some of our medians look beautiful, but they have bushes in them that sometimes are hard to see over. Yeah,
Yeah, sometimes they pick plants that are a little
they're
bit
beautiful.
taller.
They're beautiful.
Yes.
They look great. They look great. Okay.
You know, what I would have preferred is to see sort of rendition about the traffic flow and the medium, like more, but I don't see that here in terms of understanding the traffic flow. I get it, but I would prefer to see some sort of, you know, photographs or renditions here, show the traffic flow, even the video sort of a, you know, how the traffic will flow, the traffic comes, stopping, making U-turns. I'm visualizing it, but it's a little difficult. I think it's gonna be a little, I think it'll be maybe a mess. With the traffic here, but maybe I'm not getting it all the way.
I'm going to go out on a limb here. I'm still not finished on this whole gate issue, and suggest that you're off the hook.
Okay.
Well, I happen to know someone who is a bit of a maniac driver. I might be married to him. And does not take to that Crow Canyon Road very well at all. So as I'm listening to this, and because I do drive Crow Canyon, I live up off of Tahiti. Perhaps maybe the alternative here is to say to the post office that, you know, at 5 o'clock, the gate can open, at the gate that the neighbors can get in and out when it's not business hours. And then the gate can come down during USPS business hours, and then you have to deal with Crow Canyon Road. But if I'm trying to get my kid to school and it's 7:30, it would be really nice to have an option. And I think the folks driving up Crow Canyon Road, down Crow Canyon Road, would find that really quite more agreeable, and happy drivers are safer drivers.
Well, do we understand that the traffic study has less impact with a residential use than a commercial use that's currently in place? By a significant margin, I might add.
The building is empty right now, so. We don't-
I think all those things were taken into consideration.
Okay.
So it is less. So, I mean, that's stated in the staff report and the traffic studies and everything that's been done. And we're not talking about 10 trips, we're 1,000 trips a day less.
Well, I can speak for myself. I'm not concerned about the volume of traffic. Not the volume of traffic that needs to come into the project or out of the project. I think and I'm not concerned about, you know, the architecture or the site plan, you know, it meets all the standards. I still am trying to make sure I understand fully the safety aspects of entrance and exit for the new residents there and the cars on Crow Canyon. So, you know, that's kind of where I'm thinking still.
It is right in, right outs, what's proposed, and that's probably a little safer than what's there now. Again, when I've been there and I've used it many times, you make at 5 o'clock at night, no less, there's a row of cars making a left turn out onto westbound Crow Canyon.
Right.
And it addresses the very question you had earlier, which is how do people do it? And it's because Al Costa and the timing of that signal.
I think it's
provides
wrong.
the
I think it's wrong today though, by the way. So I
Well,
get it.
that-
I understand.
that's-
I think
that's
it's
okay, but this
it's a
gets
mistake
better
today.
because we eliminate it.
Well, I agree on that part. I do agree on that part. You know, I do agree on that. You know, I am still want to think about, I guess I did have one more question for Deb, you know, Ms. Fair, sorry. Is there a plan to be a deceleration lane on the curb for people that turn right into the project as they come on Crow Canyon, or is it just turning right in traffic? You know, that question makes I don't know if it's called a deceleration lane, but a cutout, almost
Right turn lane,
a right turn lane.
dedicated right turn lane. No.
Okay.
It's, I believe it's already in the really long right turn lane that goes onto El Costa.
Okay. Will there be a, is it proposed that we'll also install, and I don't know if this is needed or not, but the bicycle conflict painting over there is
There are no bicycle lanes on that portion
on
of
Crow
Crow
Canyon?
Canyon
Oh,
Road.
okay. People are supposed to ride on the sidewalk at that point, I
Yes.
guess.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. I have no more questions.
Right. So gentlemen, what would you like to do?
I'll speak first. I feel like I need more time to digest this, and I'm not prepared to vote on the resolution. You know, I don't think I require anything additional. But I just think I need to digest, all of the, in particular, the conditions of approval that we included, and make sure I really spend the time on the mitigating measures at this point. So my recommendation is that we continue it to whatever date works for staff to continue,
October 17th.
I agree with this. That we were asked to get through an awful lot of material here for this meeting tonight, and to do it due diligence. I would also like to have some more information about noise impacts. That was reading that very dutifully in the draft environmental impact report, and the requirements associated with sensitive receptors, and Crow Canyon Road is quite loud. And as far as I can see, there's no means by which anybody is getting any kind of noise prevention with their beautiful view of Crow Canyon Road.
So I will make a motion that we continue the public hearing. I don't have the item in front of me, to October 17th to continue the discussions.
It does pass. It's not showing up on the screen. I apologize.
3011. 3011.
For the record, can I take an oral vote?
Yeah.
Right. Commissioner Ahmed? Commissioner Alpert?
Aye.
Commissioner Curtis recused himself, Vice Chair Kuznick, and Chair Wallace is absent.
Okay, now I know in our agenda, we're supposed to have liaison reports. Anybody dying to hear those? All right, staff, do you have updates for us? Don't give me the look.
I'm looking at you.
Not yours, not yours.
So October 3rd, you have a joint meeting with the city council on the general plan update. And as you're aware, we continued the general plan update to October 17th, along with the Iron Horse Village project. And then you'll have a series of other general plan and EIR meetings throughout the rest of the year.
Can I recommend something with this whole? Good enough job for the public, and I've made it a lot before this time, and with all the work I've done, it's very hard. It's very for us to get most of the package beforehand and make it in two different parts. get a synopsis of what's in this plan so we can sort of focus on everything?
We can't do that. We need to provide the packet as a whole packet for the public. Otherwise, the agenda is not posted accurately. And no, the agenda goes out for the meeting with all the items that are listed on that agenda. The agenda has to be accurate and identify what's being presented that evening we can try, but this was an unusually large packet. I think I've seen one or more of these in the last few years with the commission. And we have, there's been a lot of staff work behind the scenes trying to get this out and get a lot of projects done by the end of the year.
But like, did we have to put everything together this today? Like, could one of the agenda item be for next time?
Well, with the joint meet on October 3rd, we needed to get this Iron Horse Village project started in the process. They have been complete for quite a while. So there's timelines we have to meet for permit streamlining. So sometimes we will have to have a heavy agenda to meet some state mandated requirements. But to the degree we can get the packs out early, we always try and get them out as soon as we can.
Yeah, I appreciate it.